flows like a flower far away, all by the road, waiting for the one to find a way back home. Rain falls 1,000
I was told that I had to react to this.
no footprints have come and
I was told I was explicitly requested to react to this. Could have taken another day off. Probably. Probably.
In the last blow of wind, the gift for the story on the last page is not the end. Life blooms like a flower far away, all by the road, waiting for the one to find a way back home. Time flows across the world, there is always a longer way to go till I reach your arms. I'm better than.
Alrighty. So, what is going on? What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? What has happened? What has happened in recent times? Somebody sent me this. I got a clip of me saying that I needed to react to something. And yeah, I took a break yesterday. How crazy is the drama right now? How crazy is the drama right now? Watch the Tectone VOD. Extremist woo-wah community getting mad over story rating. Alright, so I think this is what we need to see. We're gonna need to see well, I think we've got it on screen over here, right? What the rating actually was. The response by the community, and then over here, the response back by the streamer, right? Or the response back by the CC. So I think we've got one piece of, like, the Triforce here. Yeah, we got, like, one piece of the Triforce here. So, yeah, we're gonna need to see what the initial take was, what the community's response was, and then the response back to the community. I don't know if we want to take it out of order, but I did hear this one is really spicy. I did hear this one is pretty spicy, so it might make the most sense to start with this. Alrighty. Is, where can I find those other two pieces, ladies and gentlemen? Is the, I'm probably going to be able to find it on a YouTube channel, right? Or a YouTube video. I read, like, it's probably in a YouTube video, right? Let me share. Okay, we'll patiently wait for Raj to go find his goodies then. We'll patiently wait for Raj to go find his goodies. All right, I guess we're in for a fun one today. Genocide and Tectone addressing the situation. Okay, so that's one of them. Okay, but, like, what did he say? Check the YouTube comments on his video. Okay. Alright. We'll make sure to look at every single side of the equation over here. How crazy is the response? How crazy is the rebuttals? Who's out of line? Let's find out. Alright. I am assuming that it's this frame one vid, right? The one right over here. How good was the Wuthering Waves 2.5 story?
A year ago today.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to this video. Yeah, that guy's mic is a little shitty. Yeah. Hey, if he gets a better mic, I'll listen to his video. I don't need some Gateo style storytelling up in there. Saint, someone addressed you. I literally just said why I'm not listening to that video. You're one to talk, bucko? Alright, mine sounds good 99% of the time. What is this one? I want to keep it a buck. This guy is single-handedly ruining the woo-wah community. Bro made both Tectone and Genozod crash out. Did they crash out? I don't know. We'll see. Is this even accurate? Is this even what happened? What is going, guys? What is going on? Guys, what is going on? Where is the crash out here? Okay, let's just listen to this.
I talked about it. It was just me talking on stream, basically.
You liked it.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
Yeah.
But that's not good enough, right?
Sure.
I had to dick suck the game, say it's incredible, and if you say anything negative about that story at all, they say you didn't understand it.
Of course.
That's what they say. Because you didn't understand every single minute point of the entire story. You don't understand anything about it.
Is that what they said? Because you know that when you say it that way, that sounds crazy, right?
Is what they do. That's how they defend it.
Oh, trust me.
You got the same thing.
Yeah, I literally said I couldn't pay attention to certain parts. And that I was doing a sponsor and I was short for time, and I did apologize for not giving it my full attention. But
Fair.
when I said I skipped around, I skipped maybe one NPC and the cutscene of Phrolova getting her wedding dress, and then they say he skipped everything. It's like, brother, I skipped twice.
Okay, those people are just griefing.
Dude,
yeah.
I had people being like, he was just talking the whole time. So I'm supposed to just be like, oh my God.
I know.
I can't believe this. This is insane. Like, what the fuck do these people want? Just go watch a movie, bro. Just watch a YouTube video. They're like, he was talking the whole time. It's like, yeah, what the fuck do you think I'm here for, bro? What is the point of just saying, oh my God, she didn't say that. No way. Yeah, people would say, like, react harder, then you talk, and they're like, can you shut up? Like, what the fuck do you want, bro? These fans are so stupid. You can't have it both ways, bro.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone reacted in close to the same way, though. Right? We all, like, who didn't talk? What? I'm pretty sure everyone did the same thing.
Here's the thing. The story was good. It didn't change my life. Sorry. I thought it was solid. And just because I didn't understand every single little minute point, it doesn't mean I didn't understand anything about the story. And I was like, man, Rover's kind of a dickhead. And they're like, he didn't understand anything. It's like, I understand it. It's just Rover's a dick. It doesn't mean they're wrong. It's like, you can't win with these people. It's impossible.
I don't feel. I guess the thing is that I don't feel like anyone else got like an extreme response. I'm gonna be honest. Just from the perspective of, it's like, it seems like he's picking out the worst possible things and like the worst possible extrapolations. I'm hearing this, right, and it sounds like he got attacked by like a crowd of rabid dogs that had like the most unreasonable expectations for him as ever. And I guess we just heard this, right? It sounds like he was in World War III, where he has the highest expectations ever. And then what happens when I click into the video? And then I look at the comments. Let's just see. What happens when I click in? So I'm going to preface this prior to my statement, as I don't want to be labeled as toxic. Jenna, I feel like you barely watched the story for this one to have the take of it confused me. I don't think you were yapping as the other comments might echo, but you were definitely not focused. I genuinely hope I am not coming off as rude. All is good. That's like frame one, the top upvoted comment on this video. And, like, this is the thing. Like, these are the people that watched his entire playthrough. He didn't upload it on YouTube. He just streamed it. And I assume that these are the viewers that were, like, there for his entire stream. Which is, like, I guess like this is the definition of like your biggest supporter, right? Is if they watched your entire stream of you play through the story, and then this was their takeaway, and they're wording it this politely. I feel like this is a absurdly fair, and like this is actually like a comment from like a viewer who wants like the best for the streamer. No, I'm not gonna lie. It's just like this looks like a concerned viewer in like the best way possible. Am I like out of I read these comments and I'm like, wait, that's kind of like okay. All right. Let's get maybe the reply here is toxic. That's like a joke. If bro is yapping about a musician using flowery language, yeah, they're flowery people. It is what it is. Okay, next comment. Confusing for me. Yeah, just for you because you don't give a shit about the story. You're yapping random shits when something happened in the story or when emotional dialogue was playing. Let's not comment about the story when you don't even try to enjoy it. It's just that he never locks into the Woo-Wah story for some reason like he does with Limbus. Guy, I guess these are his own the thing is that like these sound like his own viewers. Cuz they're talking about like his Limbus playthroughs and then comparing them. Is it Kurobots or longtime Jenna viewers? Because, like, if he was a Kurobot, they would not know about Limb. I think he's getting cooked by his own viewers. It sounds like he just got cooked by his own viewers. So it's like, what? I feel like he's not honestly representing the scenario here. The top upvoted ones are his own viewers calling him out for his react. I'm gonna be honest. Am I like jumping to any conclusions here? Am I horrifically? Am I being as fair as possible just looking at this? I'm literally looking at like the stuff that is at the very top on his own channel. Like these people are like are showing like insider knowledge of like his past like 4, 5, 6, 7 months of stream. And I'm just going to say it's a 180 in this comment section compared to what I'm hearing up here. Like, it sounded up here, he was, like, basically being fucking terrorized by, like, tribalistic Kurobots. And they were, like, harassing him and expecting it, like otherworldly expectations for him. And then it's just like, bro, like, you didn't lock into the story like you lock in for, like, other games and stories. I don't even think it's like anyone saying that his rating is bad or if there's anything wrong with his rating. They were just like, you noticeably didn't pay as much attention to the Woo-Wah one compared to other story games we've seen you play. That's... I guess the thing is like, obviously, I don't know because I haven't seen his Limbus playthroughs, but I see some regular Jenna viewers in my chat right now saying that this is true. I've seen people that are regularly in Jenna's chat saying that this part is true. That he was not as locked in as he was for like other games. So I feel like... Okay, this one is kind of mean. Let's read this one. No amount of good storytelling can save a clapped CC that has the attention span of a walnut. I don't see, this is the thing. I don't even know if this is a Kurobot comment. This just sounds like somebody that's like a bit of an asshole, but they're a funny asshole. Like, you can't... Yeah, I'm not gonna call this guy like a... I mean, this guy just kind of dunked on me, right? Like, I'm not gonna call him like a curl bot. Like, if somebody said this to me, I wouldn't call them a Hoyo show. I called them a dickhead. I only clicked on this video to check out the comments and wasn't disappointed. I can't believe that even Nicholas Light, the guy that has never even played gacha games before, has better understanding of the story than these so-called gacha streamers. Okay, I think this is the thing, right? Techie and Jenna are the only streamers that have gotten this commentary. And Techie and Jenna are both the only ones that have on the record admitted that they weren't paying attention. And so, is this like some outward absurd community reaction, or is it just the only two streamers that weren't paying attention got called out? Because they're literally the only ones that got called out. And they both were on the record not paying attention. Techie is more of an entertain. Guys, this is the thing, right? Techie literally went afterwards, watched it by himself on 1.25, and then adjusted his rating. And then he was like, even during his stream, Techie was saying that he was sponsored, had a time commitment he needed to meet later, and so he literally could not spend as much time on the story. So it's like, you know, it's like somebody going in and they're like, hey, I'm about to do something you're not going to like, but like, here's the reason why I have to do it, so I just kind of have to do it. It's just like, yeah, my bad, but it just has to be done. I'm like, and the thing is, I don't feel like, is it wrong of me to say I don't feel like Techie got an extraordinary amount of shit? Yeah, he had a couple of dudes that, like, you know, he probably had a couple of annoying people on Twitter. But, like, is his shit, like, blowing up on YouTube? He was caught up with the VTuber drama shit, so his head was somewhere else while playing the 2.5 quest. Yeah, he was caught up in the VTuber drama and then, like, the ZZZVA drama as well. That was, like, a 2-for-1 right there. So I personally don't feel like he did. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I saw anything for Techie. I don't think I saw people digging into him. It was mostly like, didn't you get more shit than both of them? What, I got shit? Never mind, we're back to the regularly scheduled program. Rare Saint thumbnail that isn't rage bait at all. Guys, this is just funny. What do you mean this is shit? This is me being based. Where's the rage bait? This is me being based. Yo, I don't even view this as bad. I like this. I'm happy that this post was made. I'm happy that it has 250,000 views. I'm happy that it has this many likes and bookmarks. I love that. That's amazing. This is perfect. Keep doing this. What do you mean? I love this. This is the best shit ever. My day is actually made after I saw this. I'm in such a good mood right now. That's the easy promo. It's the easy promo, bro. I'll take that. Yo, Sobas, W. W for look at that, Sobas. It's so fucking funny. Guys, there are so I like to, thumbnails are half the way that I like to have fun, boys. You got to make some fun thumbnails. Anyways, I think that this is enough for us to make a video on the entire matter. Now, the last piece of the pie is, man, if that was Jenna or Tech, they would be crying about it due to the replies. That's all I'm going to say. Props to you. Wait, is there anything even in the replies? It's just somebody laughing. To be fair, the Cosmos vid was hilarious. What is this guy yapping about? I finally uninstalled the story. Why are Wuwa players so insecure about their own game? I'm just getting free farm. D'Anthony Potts, D'Anthony Potts' downfall should be studied. Bro has lost insane amounts of aura. I'm not gonna lie. D'Anthony Potts has lost some aura over the past few months. It's like actually negative. Who? That's what I'm talking about.
That's not a clip on my channel. That's not a clip.
Techie's
That's
rant.
not a clip on my channel. Would you do a Wuwad 2.5 story Gacha cast? It would be amazing. Guys, genuinely, we are overglazing the fuck out of this shit. Straight up. Like, can we all calm down? We are overglazing.
Dude, this entire drama is so funny. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know what this is, bro. It's actually hilarious. What's going on? Like, what's going on, bro? Like, so, like, I'm just trying to figure out what actually happened, right? Is it streamers as playing the game? Some streamers paid attention, some of them didn't. And the ones that didn't pay attention said that they didn't, owned up to it, moved on, no issue. And then another person got called out for not paying attention to it. And then their audience told them they weren't paying attention to it. And then this was the response to, I guess, his audience saying factual things. I guess it's like, okay. I guess the thing is just if the only some aggressive weirdos getting into the woo-wah community. This is the thing, Zealzo. I look at the comment section, which I assume is where the weirdos are supposed to be coming from. This comment section, like, it has like a couple of weirdos, but it's a majority his own viewers calling him out. That are like talking about his days when he played Limbus Company. And so I'm kind of just in the boat of where I don't see the weirdos in here. Like, unless there are, like, some specific comments that are, like, really, really, really nasty and bad. They're not fine, you dumb idiot. Okay, so this comment over here, the top upvoted one, is this is a toxic comment. I'm genuinely wondering, is this a toxic comment? Yo, Jarkin, I appreciate the resub with Prime. Is this a toxic comment? I'm just wondering. This just seems like a fair, level-headed critique. This one is a little aggressive. Sure. Right? It's more so blunt. This is more so like blunt as opposed to like straight up mean. Then it talks about how when he plays Limbus Company, he pays way more attention to the story and goes way more in depth. And then in Woo-Wah, he unlocks. Is this like is this crazy toxic stuff? Like I guess I'm just trying to figure out where is this super toxic community coming from? This comment section, I don't see it. I don't see it in this comment section, and so I'm wondering where this sort of like breakdown is coming from. That's my take. That's my take after seeing all of this is like it seems like these mythical comments about the toxicity, I can't find them. Or if they are, or if they're there are like so little of them, and they're like at the bottom of like the YouTube of like the YouTube comments page. And so it's just, to me, it's just a matter of like, okay, like how over exaggerated are some of these issues? How real are they? Or is this just like, okay, somebody rightfully got called out for doing, again, the most egregious thing we see in that comment section is that you didn't lock in, you didn't lock into this story and you were distracted. That was the most egregious thing I saw in there. Oh, yeah, and somebody said he was a clap CC. He was a clap CC with the brain of a walnut. Okay, yeah, that was a bit of a dick move. It was funny, but it was a dick move. Sure, yeah, that was the worst comment. That was the worst comment on there, right? That was the worst comment on there. And it's like, bro, I don't think that's not that bad. It's like we're out here basically saying this was like Gacha 9/11 over here. So it's just like, yeah, if you weren't paying attention, I think it's incredibly easy to own up to it. Just say, yeah, hey, yo, my bad, guys. I wasn't as locked into this story. But my rating is still my rating. I rewatched it and then blah, blah, blah. My rating is now this, so my rating stays the same. Yeah. I mean, I honestly probably could have just said he rewatched it with more focus and then kept his rating the same. I don't think the issue is his rating. I think the issue is that, well, he gave like his critiques for the story, and his audience didn't like that he wasn't giving his full attention to it. I don't think people care about the rating part. I think they care about the, oh my gosh, this guy was like distracted. I think this clip very much applies again. What is this?
Let's get it. Okay. How chill has it been having Genesis as a roomie?
Okay, I don't feel like this is relevant. That's not the time to show that clip. That's a little mean. Okay, I will not kick a guy while he's down and play that clip. Okay. Okay. I don't need to kick a guy while he's down. All right. That one is. That's so not me. Yeah, that's so not me. Hey. Guys, you might not believe it. You might not believe it. But I do try to be fair, neutral, and at least slightly objective when I go over these things. All right? I think I've given a lot of fair shakes in this conversation. I think I've given quite a bit of benefit of the doubt. I wanted to do my own exploration and data gathering to come to a logical conclusion on what's going on. And I'm just going to be honest, it feels like some people are kind of just caught up in their own feelings. Yeah. A little bit over here. And there's exaggeration going on a couple of sides. And it seems like some people might be embellishing the details a little bit about the things that have been said to them. Because I'm hearing one thing and I'm seeing another. And it's like, maybe he's getting some mean DMs. And if that's the case, that's awful. But, you know, it also is like, kind of like, hey. How do you feel about the story? I have it uploaded on my YouTube channel. Alrighty. Alrighty, I think it's time for us to get on into this one, ladies and gentlemen, because I think that, you know, it's about the greater woo-wah community as a whole, and a bit of the drama that's going on. Okay, you know what? I feel like I'm going to need to, like... We're going to need to lock in for this one. I'm going to pretend I'm playing the 2.5 main story. I'm going to go take a piss. I'm going to go take a quick sip. So I can be fully focused for this, okay? Yeah. Like I feel like I'm gonna need a piss in the middle of the vid. Alrighty. Alrighty. Let's get on into this one. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, there has been quite a bit of drama surrounding the Gacha space, and specifically the Wuthering Waves space. And that drama pertains to the Wuthering Waves 2.5 story quest and the ratings that various CCs are giving. And we have one clip over here from a streamer you may all know in the category that has gotten a lot of traction because it is, in all honesty, quite a bit spicy. So let's just go ahead and give this a bit of a listen and then start providing some of the context for what fueled a response like this one.
Comments mad because I yapped during story. I don't care what they think. They're retarded. Do not care. Curl bots are a waste of breath, bro. They're worthless.
Yeah, so some pretty aggressive wording over here, right? You hear stuff like this from a CC, right? And you have to assume that something pretty bad happened, right? That there must have been a response towards this CC that was out of line, and this is them responding back. That's kind of like the context that you would imagine, right, from hearing a statement like that.
I do not care what those people think. I haven't even looked at the comments. I have a bunch of notifications on YouTube. Do not care what they think.
I guess the thing is just like, I think the first part that confuses me about this is how would you know what the people in the comments are saying if you didn't read them? That's just my take, right? He sounds pissed. He like looks pissed on the matter, and I feel like to be that pissed about the comments, you would have to know what they say. But carry on.
You know, I'm down to read comments for videos. It's not even worthwhile reading comments when it's about Wuthering Waves because it's just the dumbest humans in existence always comment. It's not worth it. They're too stupid to live. It's absurd. It's like
Harsh commentary, but depending on what was said, right? Depending on what was said, I might be inclined to agree with him.
I like Wuthering Waves, but like, man, the online community is just insane, bro. Yeah, they try to pretend that they're so much better than Hoyo, but like, they're also shitty. Both can be shitty, man.
All right, so we've heard all the framing over here, right? We have to assume that the Wuthering Waves community, based off of his 2.5 review video, was saying some outlandish, wild, absolutely ridiculous shit to him.
It's so ridiculous, man. They always say the craziest shit. Even though I play more Wuthering Waves than them, even though I spend more money on Wuthering Waves than them, even though I probably enjoy the game more than them, and that's why I actually give complaints about things that matter.
Okay, I don't feel like that part was necessary. This kind of feels like I'm the only motherfucker that should be getting praise for critiquing Kuro games. Because I spent money on the game. Because I play the game a lot. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. That's how that came off. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if that part was necessary. That really gives me those vibes. That's all I'm going to say about it. It's just I don't feel like that's needed.
5 months, nice.
You know what? Why am I being invited to fucking Curl Fest and they aren't?
Okay, I don't even think that one's needed either, too. It's that's okay. So my headcanon in this situation is, right, clearly some fucking ridiculous stuff was said, right? Something that was so out of line, so absurdly unforgivable, or just a ridiculous community response that has led to kind of like this, you know, this level of defense, right? A little bit of like the ego explosion over here. So let's go ahead. Let's just play the rest of the clip so that we don't miss any further context.
You know why? Because they fuck them. All right? These fucking delusional fans always online saying the craziest shit, bro.
So they're saying the craziest shit. Okay, so let's go ahead now and verify what was being said, because I think that there were some pretty crazy claims made in that clip that we just saw, some pretty wild things that were said about certain parts of the community. And of course, right, we kind of had like that weird flex at the end over there that's kind of just like, yeah, I'm like better than you. You guys are like lesser, I guess, like players of the game compared to me. And so let's see what was said, right? We've got our video from Genozod over here. Let me make sure you all can actually read some of the comments. Let's see what was said looking at it from the... Yeah, let's just sort by the top comments on this video. You can see that the dislike ratio is looking a little bad. It's like 353 to like 149. That might be like 200, right? So this might be at like a solid like 60, 70%. Probably not like the best overall response, right? So let's see what some of the comments were saying. All right. My entire time, the last bit during the back and forth was me saying, okay, no, this is literally the top upvoted comment, and there's nothing toxic, negative, nothing like that at all in here. I don't see, this is just commentary on the story. Let's see the next one. So I'm going to preface this prior to my statement, as I don't want to be labeled as toxic. Jenna, I feel like you barely watched the story for this one to have a take of it confused me. So we're directly talking about over here. This just sounds like a fair critique from a longtime viewer. I don't think you were yapping as the other comments might echo, but you were definitely not focused. I genuinely hope I am not coming off as rude. All is good. This sounds like a longtime viewer with a legitimate point of feedback, knowing that they have watched your prior streams and your prior content before. I don't necessarily consider this like an overwhelmingly toxic community response. This sounds like somebody that watched the entire stream and overall had a point of critique to say, because like they thought that the stream could have been better if he had done different things, like paying more attention. Yeah, I don't see any toxicity in here. I don't see the whole like maybe there's worse stuff. Let's see. No amount of good storytelling can save a clapped CC that has the attention span of a walnut. Okay, that one's mean. I'll give it to him there. That one is, it's funny, but it's also mean. You could call that toxic. Yeah, sure. Hey, if this is the comment that made him crash out, sure. Right. I think that, yeah, this is just this is just something you'll get, but it does have a lot of upvotes, so sure. Let's read some of the replies. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. This one's a little mean for sure. Watching this may be considered to not ever watch you again when it comes to story reviews. Everything was literally fed to you, and you got confused with the story. LOL, Jenna. So, this might be somebody that's cosplaying a longtime viewer, but this also does sound like somebody that has been a previous regular viewer of his content and did not like the interpretation or their experience watching him play through this. I'm going to be real here. I'm perfectly of the boat that there are some people that might just be faking being a viewer, that are just like faking being a part of his community, and they could be doing that. But the fact that I've already seen this many upvoted comments saying the same sort of vein, I don't necessarily know. Now we got this one over here. Confusing for me, quoting Genozod. Yeah, just for you, because you don't give a shit about the story. You were just yapping random shits when something happened in the story or when emotional dialogue was playing. Let's not comment about the story when you don't even try to enjoy it. This also sounds like another person that was just there watching the entire thing. And this is the situation, right? Is that Jenna doesn't actually upload his VODs on YouTube. And so the only way to have had that knowledge is to literally watch his stream on Twitch and like watch his VODs and do that. So once again, could be somebody cosplaying, but this entire comment section to me, it sounds like his own viewers. And they all have the same, they all sound like his own viewers. and they all have the same critique. And I think this is maybe why that idea of never reading a single comment and then making a general blanket statement about what's being said, even when you're not reading it, is kind of like inherently a bit harmful, right? I'm reading all of these comments and they don't even sound like I couldn't even attribute them to Kurobots. It just sounds like his own viewers that are a little bit frustrated with how he went through the story. And what you'll notice in here, right? Nobody's talking about his score. Nobody is talking about the fact that he gave the patch for the game a 7. Nobody is saying that there was anything wrong with his rating. They're all saying that there was something wrong with the amount of attention that he was paying to the story quest. And so we got some additional comments from this chain down here, and I think this is the one that kind of brings home this theory a lot more, that the negative response that's being had over here is from his own community. It's just he never locks into the Woo-Wah story for some reason, like he does with Limbus. It's double standards. And this one is getting a massive amount of upvotes on his own channel. So this is somebody that is watching his Limbus streams and watching his Woo-Wahs. Brother, at this point, it's your own viewers. Those are the people that are upset with you. It's your own viewers. And so with that in mind, right, let's go ahead and see what the overall response was in a secondary chat between Tectone and Genozod. Kind of like bringing some context to the situation. We've gone ahead, we've looked at the top upvoted comments. Let's see what the breakdown was, a reflection on the scenario from these two.
I talked about it. It was just me talking on stream, basically.
You liked it.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not good enough, right?
Sure.
I had to dick suck the game, say it's incredible, and if you say anything negative about that story at all, they say you didn't understand it.
Of course.
Genozod, you said yourself that you didn't understand it. That's the thing. You said it was confusing for me. So it's not that the people are saying that you didn't understand it. It's that you yourself said that there were parts that you didn't understand. And then people said you didn't understand them because you weren't paying attention to the story. It wasn't like, oh, he's saying that the score is a 7 because he didn't understand it. No, but none of the top upvoted comments on here are talking about your rating. They're simply talking about the fact that you said yourself you didn't understand it. So that's the first thing over here, right? That's the first thing, right off the rip.
What I say, because you didn't understand every single minute point of the entire story, you don't understand anything about it.
Because you don't understand every single detail about the story, you don't. All the comments in here are talking about, are like critiquing your point that it was confusing. So I'm reading all of these responses and nothing in here is saying that he didn't understand it. They're just quoting a line from the video itself where Genozod said he doesn't understand it. I guess we might as well just play the video and see if we can get the part.
It makes something that I think is a fairly simple in a confusing way. Parts of the story that I didn't especially like too much, I feel as though it's a simpler story told in a confusing way sometimes because of the way some characters like Phrolova and stuff talk. It makes something that I think is a fairly simple, when you really get to the brass tacks of it, a fairly simple story, but it's made super complex with how flowery her language is, where I would sometimes be like, wait, what? But
So the only reason why you're having comments in your comment section about not understanding the story is because you yourself said it in the video. But we have gone ahead and we have blamed the entire community. We have created We have literally manufactured this Kurobot in our own mind. We have manufactured a Kurobot and are saying that they're the ones responsible for saying we don't understand the story when that's literally what was said in the video. Like, I'm gonna be honest, this is like falling down, right? Scraping your knee and then saying, "Thanks, Obama." Because that's like it's I think it's pretty cut and paste why, like, we're calling our own viewers degenerate Kurobots because they're simply quoting the exact words that we said in our video. We're literally creating demons over here.
Is what they do. That's how they defend it.
Oh, trust me,
You got the same thing.
Yeah, I literally said I couldn't pay attention to certain parts, and that I was doing a sponsor and I was short for time, and I did apologize for not giving it my full attention.
So would the critique that Techie didn't give full attention to the Wuwa 2.5 story is actually a factually true and fair one. Because he himself said that due to sponsor obligations and this crazy thing called time, right? This crazy thing called time, he wasn't able to give his full attention to the story and he preemptively apologized for it. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really see that much of a response to Techie online. I think there's a reason why I wasn't linked any crazy Twitter posts regarding the issue. Because I feel like everyone kind of like understood that he's a busy dude.
But when I said I skipped around, I skipped maybe one NPC and the cutscene of Phrolova getting her wedding dress. And then they say he skipped everything.
Okay, that's a little fucked up, but it feels like, not gonna lie, I feel like people are kind of like half joking when they say that.
It's like, brother, I skipped twice.
And even, I mean, it's funny to say that, right? It's like, bro skipped one dialogue with a no-name NPC, and they're like, he skipped everything. It's kind of goofy.
Dude,
yeah.
I had people being like, he was just talking the whole time. So I'm supposed to just be like, oh my god.
I know.
I can't believe this. This is insane.
No, Janazad, the issue wasn't that you were talking the whole time. It's you have your own longtime viewers telling people that you just didn't lock into the story. It's not that you were talking too much or yapping. It's that you didn't lock into the story in the same way that you lock into other game stories. And you have your own viewers saying that to you. That's all it is. It's not like, oh, just stay silent and like only react. Clearly, your own viewers know what it looks like when you do a high quality story playthrough. And your own viewers are saying you just didn't have the same type of experience for the Wuwa 2.5 patch that you had for other games that you play. Like, these aren't people that decided to just climb onto your channel and then just shit on you exclusively for this. It's like, this is the one time it's happened to such a high degree. And none of the comments on here, right, are like these crazy, otherworldly, outlandish, ridiculous sort of response. They all seem relatively tame to me, except for that one person calling you a clapped walnut.
Like, what the fuck do these people want? Just go watch a movie, bro. Just watch a YouTube video. They're like, he was talking the whole time. It's like, yeah, what the fuck?
They just want you to react with the same, or they just want you to play the story with the same amount of high effort and quality gameplay that you did for the Limbus Company ones. Or that's what I'm reading in the comments. That's what I'm reading in the comments, and that's what's upvoted to the top in your comments.
What do you think I'm here for, bro? What is the point of just saying, oh my god, she didn't say that. No way. Yeah, people would say, like, react harder, then you talk, and they're like, can you shut up? Like, what the fuck do you want, bro?
If you read your comments, you would actually know what they wanted. But we've decided to, every single time we get a critique, we're ignoring it, we're refusing to read it, and then just saying, those aren't valid critiques. They're just mindless Kurobots. They're just mindless, toxic, positive Kurobots. I don't need to read what's being written. If it's a critique, to me, clearly it's fake. It can't be real. That's what it seems like right now. Because I swear to you, I'm reading these comments and most of them seem relatively reasonable. And to just attribute any negative feedback, any criticism, as just like this mindless, faceless Kurobot army that's only there to toxic positively shill Wuthering Waves, when in reality, no one's even talking about the opinion that he had. They're only talking about the fact that he said it was confusing and that he also didn't pay attention.
Oh, these fans are so stupid. You can't have it both ways, bro.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The story was good. It didn't change my life. Sorry. I thought it was solid. And just because I didn't understand every single little minute point, it doesn't mean I didn't understand anything about the story. And I was like, man, Rover's kind of a dickhead. And they're like, he didn't understand anything. It's like, I understand.
Is there a single comment saying that he didn't understand anything? Unless it was directly quoting him? Bro. Maybe there's one that I'm missing. I literally don't see one. I don't see any. Where are the Kurobots? Where are the Kurobots? Clearly, I don't think he's deleting comments because there's still one calling him like a clapped walnut. So it's just like, what? Where are these demons coming from?
It's just Rover's a dick. It doesn't mean they're wrong. It's like, you can't win with these people. It's impossible. They just want it.
They're your own viewers. Brother, I can't say this enough. If you had just read the comments that you're saying you're ignoring because they're all just mindless Kurobots, you would realize that all these points of critique are coming from your own longtime viewers. Genuinely, the feedback that they're giving is pretty legitimate, pretty actionable, nothing too crazy. And just because something is a critique and it isn't positive, that doesn't mean that we should just ignore it and never read it. And secondly, to just attribute any negative feedback that you're getting to this mythical Kurobot, like the Shadow Army operating behind the scenes to like sabotage you and like try to make Wuthering Waves look as good as possible. Like, why are we blaming? We're blaming the Wuthering Waves community as a whole, or saying that there are like these hypersensitive, hyper-aggressive Kurobot army members that are sabotaging us when it's literally our own viewers. I don't think it's real, man. I'm gonna be honest. It seems like this is a molehill that has been turned into a mountain because a CC is unable to read critiques about them and has to assume that any legitimate critique is actually an attack by like some unknown, by like some malicious force. And here we go. We got people saying this now, right? We got people saying stuff like, that's facts about Kurobots, just like in HSR or Genshin. And that's the angle that people are going to go for now, right? Oh, Jenna's just getting attacked by Kurobots. They're just as bad as Genshin and HSR. When we've literally investigated the comments section that is causing all of this issues. And there are literally Limbus Company players talking about this. What do you mean? It's the Wuthering Waves. These are literally Limbus Company players that are going into his Woo-Wah videos comment section to talk about how he didn't pay attention. What are we doing here, guys? Why are we just trying to misrepresent the actual facts of the scenario? Guys, just because Genocide doesn't want to read his own comment section, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't read it too and just believe what he's saying. We need to at least have like a little bit of due diligence over here and see if what he's saying actually is true. Because in this scenario, I don't actually think it is. And so, yeah, I mean, okay, let's just finish this clip. Let's finish this clip and then wrap it all up.
I hate because I gave it a number of a 7 instead of a number of a 9. And
That's not the reason why. There's literally nobody in the comment section talking about the score. Everyone is simply talking about the fact that you weren't giving it as much attention as other games that you've played in the past.
you know what? If I gave it an 8, they would have been like, that's probably fine. But just because 7 out of 10 to a lot of people means like a C and that means bad, they just think it's bad. But I thought it was good.
Control F, 7. It's all in usernames. That is the only time. Oh, it's a 9 out of 10 story quest. Okay. Anywhere else? Nobody said the word 7 a single time. It's not in a single comment. Nobody's talking about the score. Nobody complained about the rating. Like, it's not that hard to accept a critique. It's genuinely not. It actually helps you improve and become better so you can know what your biggest fans think you could do better. But we're just ignoring it. We're sweeping it all away, and we're saying that our biggest fans are actually just mindless, worthless Kurobots, instead of people with actual critiques that we should be listening to. So, yeah, I think that this kind of gets to the bottom of the issue, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said before, I think that reading the comments, especially, you know, as like a bit more of a controversial CC that's making controversial, that's making controversial takes, it's something that's pretty good, so you can get a vibe check on your own community. But I do think it's really unfortunate in this scenario that we have done something, right, that our community didn't like, which is what Genocide did here. He did something his community didn't like. His community had backlash for him. And he's proceeding to imply that every person that critiqued him is completely wrong. They're stupid. They're worthless people. And they're just toxic positive losers. When it's our own community members, they're the ones that have made these takes. So, yeah, I don't think the Woo-Wah community really has too much to worry about with this one. I think that people are going to continue to spread this whole sort of narrative that, talking negatively, having any critique at all for the game is going to it's going to have all these rabid people come falling down on you to ruin your career. You want to know what my YouTube channel currently looks like right now? You want to know what my YouTube channel looks like right now? One critique video about Phrolova's weapon. Another critique video about Phrolova's release. You want to see what the dislike ratio is on those? To start dispelling. Yeah. I don't know. Looking pretty decent to me. Two full-on critique videos from one of the biggest Wuthering Waves creators, directly critiquing parts about the game, saying that they're big issues and big problems. And I'm still maintaining 85+, 90+% like ratios on those videos. I'm going to be honest, right? It's about, I think, how you're presenting the message, whether or not your critiques are actually valid, so on and so forth. And, going at it from there. But in this scenario, right, this is a CC's own viewers getting turned into some faceless evil entity. And it's a little weird, I'm going to be honest. So yeah, let me know what you all thought about this one, ladies and gentlemen. I think the Woo-Wah community is off the hook, but feel free to convince me why I'm wrong in this scenario. Peace out. All right, guys. Was that fair? Were we out of line with that one? Were we out of line with that one? Or did we actually get down to the bottom of what was going on? Because I'm going to be honest. I read the comments and they're fair, bro. I I can't look at the comments on Jenna's video like him, right? If he was actually getting dogpiled on. Motherfucker, this is your own viewers. This is your own viewers. Those are not his viewers. Those are Kurobots. You did not react where Tectone said those who were emotional during the story were glazing for popularity. I think this is the unfortunate thing. Is I think that there might be a bit of a situation now where because Jenna started this whole narrative that if you're receiving, like, you have to act in, like, this overly positive way, otherwise you're going to get bagged on. I think because Jenna started this narrative by just straight up actually manufacturing it himself, it's now going to spread. And I feel like the whole overreaction piece, or, like, being overly negative, or sorry, being overly emotional is, like, a part of that. Right, because something that naturally does happen in the gacha space, specifically in Genshin Impact or HSR, are CCs that will overreact to stuff. Think Pokey literally cumming himself after seeing Saber's ultimate. Right? Now, because Jenna sort of like opened the door with this whole like, oh, the Wuwa community is literally just like Genshin. You need to overreact to everything or else people are going to shit on you. You need to overreact to all this. Now people are going ahead and they're going to view people like Captain Cabernet, people like Glaive Kyo having their emotional reactions, and then say that they're like pandering like Genshin CCs. And I think it's entirely because Jenna manufactured this narrative in his head. That, like, it's Kurobots that are attacking him on his YouTube channel. It's like, brother, no, they're not. Like, if you just read a single comment, you would see that it's your own viewers saying that shit. Like, just like, bro. I don't know what it is. And I guess this is the part that, personally, I feel like Tectone should have dug in a little bit more over here. Is, why are you taking Jenna's word for what is being said when he has openly admitted he has not seen anything that was said? Is I feel like in this circumstance, Techie should have taken a look at the actual comments and what was being said to Jenna to actually determine and break down if it was as bad as what he's saying. Because I feel like what's happening here is Jenna's saying a bunch of shit that is like objectively not true. And Tectone is taking his word for it. And they're kind of like running. Right? They're kind of like running with it. And I can appreciate that he's doing that because, right, that's a pretty damn cool thing to do with your friends, right? That's a cool thing to do for your friends. But it's also like, logically, right, if the guy himself has said he hasn't read any of the comments, can you know for certain what he's saying is accurate when he's breaking down what was said to him? Like, it's like asking your friend for, like, help on the homework. Your friend has not seen what the homework is, and they start giving you advice on how to do the homework when they haven't seen what the homework questions are. And you kind of just, like, believe them and go for it. And so you spend about 2 hours studying trigonometry. Or, sorry, you spent about 2 hours learning about the American Revolution, and then the test is on France. That's sort of what this felt like over here. And this is the thing, right? Maybe this YouTube comments section isn't all of it. Maybe there's actually way worse stuff. But brother, I don't see any wild Kurobot stuff in here. Nobody talking about the score. Just go read, like just focus harder. Guys, did we actually just convince somebody? I remember when this guy was in here We had Mima Fja was in here. He was kind of glazing Jenna a little bit, and it seems like there was like a change of heart halfway through. It seems like there was like a change of heart halfway through. As they witnessed the entire breakdown, they like changed their tone. Paid chatter. You took my VIP away? You were once a VIP? I don't even remember you, to be honest. Yeah, I don't remember you. And this is the thing, right? As you can probably tell over the past couple of weeks, right? Over the past couple of weeks, I am not scared of, and I see some people talking about it, I'm not scared of, like, disagreeing with Tectone, but I will never do it without, like, a pretty well-reasoned reason. Right? From the perspective of, like, it has to be, like, a pretty decent one. And I view this as a circumstance of, I feel like we are actually turning the Wuthering Waves community into a bit of a boogeyman for no reason. And now I feel like there's some collateral damage right now where I feel like because we've turned the Wuthering Waves community into this boogeyman with this whole situation over here, now we're viewing things as like, oh, they're just becoming the new Genshin community. Yeah. It's a bit of a situation here. Bit of a situation here. All right, let me get that video ready for the editors. This should be a fun one to drop. I don't know when we're dropping it, though. Yeah, this should be a good one. The thumbnail for this one is going to be a bit challenging, though. What do I put on it? Alrighty. Get that ready. Cool. Alrighty. I just watched Gacha Smack. For Wuba's story take because he gave a reasonable take on it. Tectone, technically speaking, by saying that people overrated the 2.5 story, called Gacha Smack, you, Glaive, Marco Beatball, and others liars. Okay, guys. You guys, I feel like people are talking right now like Tectone just, like, blew up the Wuwa community. What, did he have, like, a fucking, what's it called? What, did he have, like, a what are we even doing here? Like what are we theory crafting how he hates the game now? What are we doing here, guys? Like what did he do? What did he do? You watch Gacha Smack's story review? Did he make a story review? Bro already moved on to Claire Obscure. The real reason I hated Rover and rooted for Phrolova. Because he's a simp. It's just that easy, folks. It's just that easy. Because he's a simp. Because he likes woman. Pussy. Hey, all I'm going to say is, once again, this is my take, boys. If you say L Rover, W Phrolova, you are a simp. That's pretty much it. Brother, hey, replace Phrolova with a man, everyone would be saying W Rover. If Phrolova was a dude, y'all would be saying W Rover. Shut your bitch ass up. Let's be real here. If Phrolova was a dude, you'd be saying W Rover. If that's all it takes for you to switch your opinion, you know what I'm saying is correct. You know that what I'm saying is right is if all you need to change your opinion is for Phrolova to be a dude. Yep. Don't play. Don't play. Don't play. You know I'm right. You know I'm correct. You know I'm correct. The real okay, this sounds interesting.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video by yours truly. With the latest release of the 2.5 story,
is bro just
there's been
yapping
a
the
lot
whole
of
time with no
polarization
visuals
occurring between the community. It's been a lot of discontent.
I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna watch that, to be honest. Yeah, bro don't have a single visual. No, it's a good vid for real. I want a fucking visual. I look at the timeline and it's literally just him, brother. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. He is the visual. It's just a pre-review video. All right, fine. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I have been heavily suggested to watch this video, probably due to the fact that I have an adverse take to what is going to be said. But don't worry, if there are disagreements, it's going to be friendly ones because, you know, you got to take stuff like this in a bit of a joking manner. We've got Gacha Smack over here giving a pretty solid viewpoint on the 2.5 story. The real reason he hated Rover and rooted for Phrolova. And my take on the matter, I'll just say it right now, is pretty simple. If you hate Rover after the 2.5 quest and you like Phrolova, you're a simp. Hey, you're a simp. And there's nothing wrong with that. And you want to know how I know that you're a simp? And you want to know how I can prove that I am correct in this matter? If Phrolova was a dude, you would not be saying L Rover. If Phrolova was a man, you'd be saying W Rover. And you know that's a fact. You know that that is a fact. And so with that framing in mind, and that admission on your end, let's get on into this react and see what Mr. Smack has to say.
Yo, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to another video by yours truly. With the latest release of the 2.5 story, there's been a lot of polarization occurring between the community. It's been a lot of discontent, a lot of argumentation, which I think is healthy, by the way, for the space. And
I think having like a bit of controversy over like plot points and story development is actually very good for a community because you're talking about content, you're talking about like stuff that's actually in the game. And having disagreements about like story stuff specifically is one of the most healthy things you can actually have. That's how, you know, think about like predictions in like Game of Thrones that are still ongoing because the series hasn't ended, even though it was started as a book like 40 years ago. It's still going.
And I think it speaks volumes with regards to true good storytelling finally surfacing here in Wuthering Waves. As I like to tell people all the time, with death, with real death, real stakes at hand, real sacrifice, people with real convictions clashing, comes a actual thought-provoking story that invites the community to have good conversation.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think that there are a lot of unfortunate parts about some of the discussion being had, though, when it comes to 2.5. Some people actually do need a Paimon. Yeah, some people do need a Paimon, 1000%, because even when going through my own playthrough of the 2.5 story quest, there were people saying, like, L Rover for reasons that were, like, explained, like, 20 minutes ago. And honestly, there needs to be, like, some degree of repetition for, like, some dummies if they're ever going to be able to fully comprehend the story. I think that if you're having, like, discussion or disagreement about stuff that's, like, literally factually proven, that's where the conversation gets a little bit annoying. And unfortunately, without Paimons there, that does end up happening a little bit. But that's just a sign of a more mature story. It's going to happen, which is good.
I love this shit. It's awesome. Am I pissed that Phrolova's out? Yep, but
I told you. In the first frame, 40 seconds, we know why. I already answered the question for why he hated Rover. He's a simp.
I wouldn't want it any other way, boys. Look at all this discussion that's happening. Look at all this debate that's occurring. It's good. It's good shit. It actually can grow a community as well and help people grow up. But with that said, I want to talk to you guys about my personal thoughts on why I think Rover's a hypocrite and a little bitch.
It's because he's a simp.
And I also want to talk to you about why I was rooting for Phrolova.
It's because he's a simp.
And what's interesting is I don't think anybody that's rooting for Phrolova, which there's a lot of us,
They're all simps.
are rooting for her because we think she's right.
You already know what I'm about to say. I'm just not even going to say it.
In fact, to the contrary, I think all of us know she's in the wrong. I think all of us know she's cooked in the head and she's lost her sanity and she's obsessed to a detriment.
Hey, just say it. Say it. Just say it. Just say it, Smack. You know what the truth is. Just say it.
We're rooting for her more so because we understand how she arrived at that boiling point.
And because we're simps.
And that's what I want to talk to you guys about for her perspective. And then I want to talk to you about why I'm at odds with fucking Rover, bro. Oh my God, he's so cringe right now. And it has a lot to do with him being pompous and a bit condescending and getting on a high horse he's not qualified to fucking get on based on his past decisions.
Okay, let's hear the reasoning.
So I want to get into that. But before we do, yes, there will be some spoilers.
Can we speed it up a little bit? Yeah, we can do 1.25. We can do 1.25. Yeah, that's good.
So if you've already watched 2.5, go ahead and click off this video and come back after you've watched it if you're still interested. Now, let's start with Rover. One of the biggest problems I had in the playthrough was a line he told to Phrolova. And it was a very spiteful, like piercing line. He said that she didn't understand the value of human life.
Yes, that was said by Rover to Phrolova right after like their final showdown, right before he stabs her, or really throws a sword right through her body. That's right before it.
I thought that was the most repulsive, insulting shit that he in particular could say to Phrolova. This motherfucker has been living in a Disney movie the entire Wuthering Waves playthrough. Little bro has experienced no L's, nothing but W's. He's had no sacrifice and no loss ever since he's wiped his memory. And so for somebody like that, who I would compare to some Beverly Hills spoiled brat with a gold spoon in his mouth, to go and tell somebody who has quite literally lost everything, this girl.
Well, Smack, I think you might have misunderstood the fact that, yes, Phrolova did lose everything. She was on a mission to get everything back, but in the process of her mission, she proceeded to join a terrorist organization that was just killing people for willy-nilly reasons. Yeah, which is where that whole you don't know the value of human life came from, where she was willing to trade thousands, if not millions of lives for 5 people in her dream world. So like, if you're trading millions of lives for 10, that's kind of like I feel like that's where that statement came from. That's just my take, though. That's just my take.
Girl lost her family. She lost her civilization from her town. A fucking meteor dropped and just obliterated everyone and only kept her alive. She then experienced countless amounts of failures trying to get these people back. But before that point, actually, you know what? I'm skipping ahead. Before we even get to that point, she then got used and abused by scientists in an effort to try and bring forth immortality. Not her, the scientist. She was just trying to figure out a way to bring back her family.
To be fair, though, she might have been used and or abused by the scientists, but I think she said in the story that she consensually went to that. And she could have, like, left at, like, any time. I assume from the way that she worded it, because she said that she decided to go there on her own. She just got, like, betrayed. So it wasn't like she got, like, kidnapped or any of that crazy shit.
She then got, like, shunned by people from the town who she was still trying to scientifically experience or test how to, like, I guess, bring about reincarnation, which I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now. She's an idiot. That's a fool's errand. It ain't happening. But she was doing it in an innocent way. No corrupt bullshit or any of that. She was just merely trying to search the fucking highest of heavens to figure out if there was a way to bring people back. And I want you guys to just take a second and bear with us here, which I'm sure a lot of you already know.
Yeah.
But losing your entire family and everyone surrounding your town in a single meteor blast, with you being the only one left, that's a level of trauma you could say 7 billion people on the planet will never experience. That's a 1 in 10 billion type of traumatic event, right? And so, of course, it did a lot of damage to her. But did she like go off the deep end immediately? Absolutely not. In fact, she kind of just went on living and started playing with her violin and doing shows to shows until she ran into the fucking Rover who told her to start over. I just start over. You just do the same thing. We'll save that for the review. That's a whole nother thing. What I'm trying to tell you guys though is like Phrolova, as we all know, has had a very tragic past, and so a lot of people are rooting for her because they understand that she isn't evil.
I guess this is the thing. This is where my viewpoint of, if Phrolova was a male, y'all would be saying W Rover. Because, objectively, she did suffer something tragic, but then she proceeded to go off the literal deep end and join a terrorist organization. And that is actually the backstory of some of like the most hated villains ever. But the thing is, they're just dudes. Yeah, she has a pretty equivalent backstory, right? Think about all of the villains in media that are trying to bring somebody back. You want to know somebody in a recent form of media that did the exact same thing? Y'all know Arcane? Yeah, y'all know who Singed is? Y'all remember Singed from Arcane? Y'all remember Auto Apocalypse from Honkai Impact 3rd? They're all people trying to bring back somebody they loved, and they do horrific things, and the player base thinks they're fucking crazy villains. But hey, they're just trying to bring somebody back, but they're also dudes. And I'm telling y'all, the second that it's a girl, right? The second that it is somebody that we can simp over, everyone's like, I'm here, madam. Your wish is my command. I'm here, reporting for duty. And that's why there are so many people defending Phrolova. Who cares if she was a terrorist? Who cares if she had an unhealthy obsession with making something happen that would have a crazy steep cost and cause a massive amount of issues?
She's my queen. She's my queen. Of course she's justified.
She's in pain.
And again, I am playing this up for fun purposes. I'm interested in hearing the opposing viewpoint.
She's in despair. She's lost a lot. And she just grew obsessed and unfortunately went off the deep end, right? But for a girl like that to, be who she is today, which is this fucking villain in Wuthering Waves, especially in a game where we never really get to see any real villains, her and Cristoforo are like the real fucking first villains we really got to see. Yeah, a lot of people were rooting for her, but we all know that she's wrong, absolutely. But here's the thing. Rover had low tier aura in how he handled that whole interaction. And I think this is why everybody is on his ass right now. Even the way he threw that line at her, he threw it in spite. You don't understand the value of human life.
Do you recall at the start of the quest, we saw some Fraxidus members, which she's a part of, right? Phrolova's a part of Fraxidus. We saw some Fraxidus members that got like slightly corrupted by something. And then Phrolova was just like, hey, kill them. They're fucked, just kill them. Her own allies.
He said that because she clocked his little punk ass. She was like, this is funny. Remember, he was like, you've gone too far. And she's like, that's funny coming from somebody who has immortality, endless possibilities, has built up all types of insurmountable precious memories, and you wiped them all. You know what I'm saying? This is coming from you. That's when he got mad and said, you don't understand the value of human life. It's like, bro was losing aura points as the debate went on. And there was so much hypocrisy there. I already explained to you the human life hypocrisy. Now let's talk about the you've gone too far hypocrisy, as well as the memory wipe and all that stuff. Memory wipe, who's to say he didn't wipe? Because we don't know, right? Who's to say he didn't wipe his memory? Because he went through a pain similar to hers and he couldn't bear the thought of dealing with it. And so he wiped his memory. That's a possibility. And if it did, makes him all the more the hypocrite because this girl's been living with it for like hundreds of years.
True. Theory crafting. That could be a potential future.
So that's one possibility. There's only so many ways for you to wipe your memory too. We can sit here, concoct it all, but the point still stands. Wiping a memory is like, there's so many relationships and things that occurred that you're just throwing behind. Phrolova was just one of a potential of people, a plethora of people, possibly. You just threw all that shit behind. It's cowardice and it's also hypocrisy. But
I feel like to make the claim that it's cowardice and hypocrisy would have to be a little bit of a retcon of what we've already confirmed about this memory wipe that Rover had. So the thing is that Rover literally wiped their memory because otherwise the world is going to end. Like everybody dies if he doesn't do this. So that's literally the context of why Rover is resetting their memory. It's to prevent the end of the world. If that's not true, and just all of the Sentinels have been lying to us, if we've just been lied to by Sentinel, the Black Shore, Shorekeeper, all of that, the entire time, and that's actually not true, that Rover didn't wipe their memory to save the world, I'd get what's being said over here. But to kind of just be in like this whole completely ignoring that lore confirmed purpose for the purposes of this take, let's see what else. Let's see what he says. Maybe he addresses that.
The "you've gone too far" line. That's one I want to get into. And what sucks is I know a lot of you guys watching this haven't been locked in and informing yourself on the story and the intricacies of.
And I guess this is a part about the memory wipe that I think Smack maybe didn't address as much. He acts like Rover only wiped away bad memories. The way he worded that, right? Oh, it's just cowardice and hypocrisy. He acted like Rover didn't lose anything except the bad memories when he does a memory wipe. When literally, just think about 1.3 in Shorekeeper. And the amount of like love that Shorekeeper has for Rover. And Rover wiped away all of that history. The history with Camellia. Wiped that away as well. We can't be out here saying that he took like this easy way out. That he took no sacrifices at all. That he was a coward here. Because there's a lot that was lost during these memory wipes.
Of some of the variables of the story that tie into the story's ever-progressing stage. Right now, the "you've gone too far" line for me, I think he gone too far with Shorekeeper. I thought he went too far with Kartathea. The people y'all wanted saved was the worst fucking decisions he ever made. In fact, they were anything but greater good decisions. They were the complete polar opposite. If you guys understand how the Tethys system works, I'm about to like yap your ears off with this jargon for a bit. You'll probably appreciate it.
Wait, what was the part about... Wait. Shorekeeper and Kartathea? Wait, let me hear that one more time.
Of some of the variables of the story that tie into the story's ever-progressing stage. Right now, the "you've gone too far" line for me, I think he gone too far with Shorekeeper. I thought he went too far with Kartathea.
He went too far to save them.
People y'all wanted saved was the worst fucking decisions he ever made. In fact, they were anything but greater good decisions. They were the complete polar opposite. If you guys understand how the Tethys system works, I'm about to like yap your ears off with this jargon for a bit. You'll probably appreciate it. The Tethys system is a anti-lament system in the Black Shores, and Shorekeeper was the core of this system's functionality. He was also like a failsafe. The thing is, this system is designed to store lament and study it. It is like operating off of destructive, I would say, essence or emotions, pain.
Yeah, it simulates events so that you better know how to counteract them in the future.
Pain and suffering and destruction and shit like that. It takes these, studies them, and then it's able to tell the humanity, essentially, like the good side, the fighting force, when lament is coming, even when it's life-threatening or extinction-threatening. This is a super-powered AI machine that was built by an ancient civilization, guys, to counteract the lament. And when you think of ancient civilizations, you think of the highest form of intelligence, similar to like what people like to talk about in real life. Like the ancient civilizations are the ones who had the fucking most craziest technology. Them niggas was way ahead of us, bro. You know, motherfuckers built pyramids and shit, like the engineers and construction and whatever. These guys designed that Tethys system to counteract the lament in a very, very particular way. And clearly a lot of energy, effort, trial, and error went into designing the system. Rover came along, the past Rover, and helped tailor to how it functions. Here's the crazy thing about this. This dude, Rover, saved Shorekeeper because she was a waifu. We all fucking know it. They had a personal connection. So he saved her. But in saving her, he took the core of the Tethys system out and then told the Tethys system, reprogrammed it, and said, hey, instead of operating on destruction, fear, pain, misery, and all that shit, we're going to take all that away. We're going to take your core out too. And now you're going to operate on harmony and like selling off into the rainbow, essentially. Like that's just like to sum it up. He pretty much changed the very functionality, the full optimization of protecting humanity against the fucking lament, battling the lament with the highest form of AI intelligence and safeguard.
Hey, have you ever thought about they did that because Tethys clearly was not working? Let's be real here, right? You think about all the shit that occurred, like the port city of Guizhou, which was literally the most recent destruction. Hey, let's be real here. Maybe it just wasn't working properly before. If all they have is a track record of shit getting blown up, I think that Tethys was actually not working correctly. That's why the fallacy of no return even popped up in the first place. Yeah, it was kind of bugging out. So I unfortunately think that, like, this might be, maybe he's right and we're remembering it wrong. But I'm pretty sure Tethys was kind of fucking useless. And one of the reasons why Rover went in was because Shorekeeper was basically being held hostage by this malfunctioning system that wasn't working properly. It was, I think that was like a cornerstone of 1.3, was it being trash. Not the update, Tethys.
He obliterated that by saving Shorekeeper. That is the biggest fucking form of hypocrisy that I have ever seen, because he absolutely remembers doing that, but he gonna point at old girl and like tell her, oh, you're wasting your time, you're doing all this stuff, I can't let you do this, I'm killing her for the greater good. Like, dog, you put humanity at a bigger risk than she has. That's the funny thing. And I dare.
I think Tethys, I understand the point he's trying to make, right? I understand the point that he's trying to make. But the point that he's making only holds water if Tethys is 1,000,000% necessary for the survival of humanity. But in reality, I think Tethys was actually tweaking the fuck out, doing too much, and that's why Rover went in and basically reprogrammed and shut it down. It also had a track record of monumental failures, too, leading up to it. Just look at the port city.
Say, this is going to come, if the writer is good, that is going to come into play in a future update, and he's going to fucking eat himself alive over it. Because what's been happening with good writing is Rover has been put in predicaments where he makes the choice that the audience, us, low-key wants him to do, but there's consequences for doing that later on. Kartathea is another fucking consequence, and I feel like the story's low-key going in this direction. We're cooking early, but I just want to I want you guys to be aware of the hypocrisy of this fucking dude. He never chose the greater good before. He's only choosing it right now because he got fucking cooked in a debate, and he saw
I think he also might be choosing the greater good in this scenario because Phrolova is literally a part of Fraxinus, right? I don't think it's because he got cooked in a debate or it's because she had like a mad diss for him. I feel like Smack's viewpoint over here is that Rover literally killed her because she cooked him to a crisp. When in reality, right, it's the only talks, right, that Rover has had with Phrolova is from her as the perspective of a complete villain. And yes, Rover and Phrolova also did go on a bit of a co-op adventure to go deal with a common enemy. But this is also the point. Phrolova was also intentionally rage baiting him to get killed by him. Yeah, there's a key line in the Wuthering Waves 2.5 quest where Phrolova says, all I need now is to get pierced by his blade. Or all I need to do is meet his blade. Which is like her basically literally saying she's going to get herself killed by Rover. Like she's going to do something in her story to get, and the end result is her getting killed by Rover. All I need now is a sharpened sword. Yeah, she says something like that. And so her goal at the end of the day was to literally get fragged and then get sent to the land beyond. That is what Phrolova wanted.
And he's not, for the first time, he's being selfish again. Not greater good, he's just being selfish because he's salty about fucking Phrolova. But Kartathea, saving her was another selfish act. If he would have killed her, even Kartathea herself understood that her living meant being a risk to humanity because the Threnodian can always potentially corrupt her. She's a perfect vessel. The Threnodian has immortality. It doesn't go no fucking where. But the thing is, the Threnodian has to have a vessel, and not everybody can be its vessel.
I guess this might be the part that Smack is potentially missing too. Kartathea is the Threnodian. She is the Threnodian's vessel. She's also the Sentinel's vessel. And so Kartathea dying also means that there's no Sentinel Resonator either. Which is like, you kind of want to have those. Like, a big part is that they're fused together in the lore, right? Sentinel and the Threnodian. And so, like, if Kartathea were to die, that does kill the Threnodian Resonator, but it also kills the Sentinel one. And, like, Sentinel Resonators are kind of important to, like, for, like, a region's, like, balance. So, it's kind of like, I think he is representing some of these issues as, like, very one-sided, where there's only that, like, there's no like benefit from saving these individuals and there are only like problems. But I think he's missing like that next layer when it comes to like the other reasons for why these people are being saved. Because yes, the Thenodian part is there, but so is the Imperator Sentinel part.
In fact, they experimented with the Trinodian for like thousands of goddamn years, and they couldn't find a single vessel that can match with him. You know who can? Kartathea. And him choosing to save her 2 different times, there's danger for this. For humanity's sake, by the way. Or we can just say Renacita. Let's put it on a smaller scale. Renacita's sake, it's a threat what he did. First, it's a threat because if he would have lost that battle against Fleur-de-Lis, because that was the other alternative, fight Fleur-de-Lis, right? If he'd have lost that battle, well, then it was just swallowed all of Renacita, everybody got killed. Versus just killing Kartathea, who told him to do it, and just avoiding that entirely and sealing the Thenodian away for who knows how many years until they find another vessel. That could be like thousands of years. You chose the lesser good option, risking humanity, because once again, you had a hard-on for fucking Fleur-de-Lis. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if he had left the situation alone, I'm pretty sure Imperator would have died as well. Like, for nothing. Which is like, not having a Sentinel in a region is pretty bad. Like, completely. Like, not having a Sentinel at all. Maybe I'm wrong here.
I'm saying, and here's the thing, you can sit here and deny that, Rover Copers, but that's the truth. He chose the more riskier option, and the only reason he won the battle is because Kartathea sacrificed herself. That's all. He would have lost. Bro would have got his ass whipped by Fleur-de-Lis. Child, I'm getting heated up in here.
Unfortunately, what we learned in the lore is that, like, I'm pretty sure Fleur-de-Lis had already won against the Thenodian, and she was just like, I think she was just faking she was like faking the fight with Rover. That's actually what we learned at the end of the 2.2 quest, is that by the time Rover faces Fleur-de-Lis, she had already beaten the Thenodian. I'm pretty certain. I'm pretty certain I'm not. Wait, let me just double check that real fast. Let me just double check that real fast, because I'm pretty sure there was like a second cutscene. There was like a second cutscene regarding the matter, and then like, yeah, it was like a done deal. Yeah, it's like here.
But we shall not go down without a fight. The waves of resistance shall never cease. Mankind will not be oppressed by the Thenodian.
This is all before the fight with Rover.
Now, be free. Right, come hither. Make way for your destroyer.
Yeah, she did all of that before the fight with Rover, so she's kind of in control. I'm pretty sure she's just jobbing the whole time. It's clear that Fleur-de-Lis has like control of herself, and so I feel like the fight with Rover was her kind of just jobbing. That's my headcanon. I could be wrong on my interpretation.
I'm just saying that was a risky move. And you know what? The move isn't done with, because we just learned in 2.5 that Kartathea / Fleur-de-Lis consumes frequencies all around her subconsciously, which means if it's corrupt, she consumes that shit too, subconsciously, which means she can let the Thenodian back in, no problem. That's why she had to get sent off to the Black Shores for further testing to make sure everything's all right with her. But here's where the problem lies, boys. Oh, here's where the problem lies, boys. Oh, yeah. So you got Kartathea, perfect vessel for the Thenodian, at the Black Shores, where your dumbass took the core out of the Tethys system, and it's no longer optimizing on the highest degree. Now it's relying on humans to anticipate when Lament is coming, and them humans ain't as smart as that super AI computer. So a crazy event's gonna happen. She gonna get corrupted, and the Tethys system not gonna be doing its job properly because your goofy ass wanted to be Captain Save-A-Ho, both 2 times, and then you're gonna face an even greater calamity. Chat, I cannot prove none of this, right?
This is a crazy theory, though. Hey, it sounds like it'd be cool.
I'm merely having a discussion to you, but I don't have to prove it. It doesn't even have to come true. What I'm telling you is that the consequences of this guy's actions and the choices he made can put humanity at an even greater risk than Phrolova has ever done. All because this nigga was being selfish and wanted to be Captain Save-A-Hole those 2 times, but didn't want to be Captain Save-A-Hole with Phrolova.
Okay, I think I understand the viewpoint that Smack has over here. And unfortunately, I feel like this is kind of like where it comes together, but also where it falls apart. Smack is critiquing Rover and calling Rover a hypocrite based on his predictions for what might happen. And the fact of the matter is, if the things that he's predicting are going to happen don't actually happen, then we're like wrong, right? It's kind of just like our basis for calling him a hypocrite and our basis for saying that like he's a coward doesn't actually exist. It's all predicated on a guess of what might happen in the story later. I see what's going on here. Okay.
Does that make sense? Now you see the hypocrisy here, because it's like you're getting on your high.
Well, most people would say that for someone to be considered a hypocrite, the action that makes them a hypocrite would have had to have happened. Imagine getting preemptively called a hypocrite for something that didn't occur yet. Like, being called a hypocrite in the present for something that hasn't happened yet. Isn't that kind of crazy? I feel like that's kind of crazy. I feel like that's a little crazy. Maybe I'm wrong.
High horse looking at her like she's all, you're gonna do all this stuff. It's not good. You're creating a hell, brother. She's just trying to bring back her family and shit. But you over here.
I mean, she killed like potentially hundreds of thousands of people in the process of bringing back her family. I feel like that's something to talk about, right? What about all their families? What about all those families? What about all those people she killed?
Putting the whole fucking world at risk for 2 women. For your harem.
Brother, again, this theory is based off of things that haven't happened yet. Bro, we're hating Rover for things that haven't happened yet. We're saying L Rover and we're rooting for Phrolova because of things that didn't happen yet. And that they just might not happen. Oh my god. Smack, we're sipping this hard, brother?
You see what I'm saying, guys? That's why I said he's a...
And again, this is all jokes, right? This is literally a discussion about lore and story. I think he's actually cooking here with the predictions. I am merely of the viewpoint that it's a little bit wild to say why, like, to be all L Rover, to call them a hypocrite, call them a coward, right? For stuff that hasn't happened yet. For things that your theory crafting are going to occur. Not gonna lie, it's a little bit like, this is almost like, I'm here, my lady. Like, master, like, this is some white knight extraordinaire, brother. Holy.
A little bitch and a hypocrite. Now, at the end of the day, I think Rover will grow from this. And I think he's going to run into the same problem he's been running into by wiping his fucking memories. Because all these choices where he keeps trying to do this Disney movie shit and be this hero, I'm going to save everyone, leave no one behind. There eventually is going to be a consequence for this Disney hero naive fucking mentality that's going to cause even more despair for everyone, and lives are going to be lost based on the choices he's been making. If there's a good writer in the office, that's how it's going to come out. If there's a shit writer in the office, then we're never going to see these outcomes, because right now...
Okay. Let's simmer down there, Smack. We can't just be like, if writers don't do what I say is going to happen, it's going to be there's a shit writing team. Come on, man. Like, we don't like. No, that's a little bit much. Come on.
It doesn't make any sense. The Tethys system, once again, to end this off, functions. It pretty much fights lament by studying lament. This nigga...
It also won't work it properly in 1.3.
Nigga straight up said, fuck studying lament, study flowers and happiness to counteract lament. Brother, what? And oh, take your core out too, so there's no failsafe plan now.
It's because it wasn't working, dude. That's really what it was. Because it's not like that shit was working before anyways.
All right, if shit hits the fan, well, you don't have a core anymore. It's like, bro, the lament's gonna come in. Y'all are cooked. You know, so like, and then you got, once again, Carthathea in the Black Shores, potentially gonna get corrupted. Oh, it's not looking good. It's not looking good, boys. Hypocrisy. That's going to sum it up. So that's my thoughts on the whole thing. Holy yappening, boys. Fuck, I went off there. It's very frustrating because I saw a lot of people sucking off the Rover like this motherfucker has done no wrong, or like he deserves to have the moral high ground over Phrolova. And I'm just,
Well, I think he does, to be honest. Yeah, it's not like he's going around actively killing people. And I am not going to rob somebody or say that or take away their moral high ground based off of something that hasn't happened yet. Which is, unfortunately, or fortunately, what Gacha Smack is doing over here. He is discrediting Rover, knocking him down a peg, based off of things that he's predicting will happen and haven't actually happened.
just like, bro, no. And look, boys, let me make myself clear. The same chain of events could play out. He kills her, but he's much more empathetic and understanding of why she is the way she is and how she got there. If he was just like, Phrolova, listen, I can only imagine the pain you've went through, you know, losing all these people and shit. But the reality of the situation is this just isn't the way. And I don't even think I'm somebody who has the right to tell you this. But unfortunately, fate has it. I'm the one in this predicament with you. And I can't let you do this. You know, I'm sorry. It just can't happen. I have fucking empathy for you. I'm sad that this has happened to you. And I hate that I can't remember what happened in the past and the promise I broke.
I'm here, my lady. I'm here, lady. White Knight at your command. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, it all comes down to, like,
He wasn't nice enough when he said it.
Is that not, again, all jokes. I feel like that's how it sort of comes off. He wasn't nice enough when he said it. He wasn't considering her feelings enough.
But his point still stands. You can't let this happen. If he would have came here like that, I don't think anybody would have hated him. They'd have been like, damn, I feel him, bro. You know what I'm saying? Also, he skipped a couple steps. Motherfucker went from A to D. Right? He went from, all right, fuck it, I'm killing you, bitch. Yo, man, he got a couple more steps there before you go straight to killing.
Bruh, she good. She on the record murdering thousands. She on the record potentially murdering millions. Hey, I know she smiled like 3 times during the quest. We don't gotta get like this though.
It's like he handled it honestly in the most honestly logical way possible, because when shit hits the fan, you have to make quick and swift decisions. And he made a quick and swift decision, right? I'm not saying Rover's fucking wrong. I'm just saying he was a real bitch and dickhead in how
He's not wrong. He's a real bitch and dickhead about it. Hey,
he
that's
handled
fair.
that
That's a
whole
fair
shebang,
take, man.
bro. That's pretty much like wrapping up.
I think he was base. I think he was base as hell. He's like, yeah, you making this big of a deal just because what a guy you met a single time that made a loose ass promise with you didn't follow through. You did all this. You got caught up for this long, bro. That ain't a me issue. That ain't a Rover issue. That's a Phrolova issue. One conversation with one guy and she can't let it go after who knows how many years. Am I gonna blame the dude because she has a disorder? No, I ain't gonna blame Rover for that. That's her problem. Move on. Jesus Christ. Move on. Especially if you know his memory's wiped too. Move on. Good God. Staying that attached even after you know he doesn't remember anything is just weird behavior. Imagine if that was you. Imagine you were like, you said that, hey, I'll mow your lawn later, brother. Hey, don't worry, cousin. I'll mow your lawn later. Then you get hit by a car and get amnesia. Then your cousin walks up. I was waiting. 3 months went by, and I was still waiting for you to mow my lawn. I waited, but you never came. Like, get the fuck out of here, freak. That's why I'm saying it's never an L Rover.
Up my thoughts. Actually, you know what? I got a couple more things I want to talk about. Video ain't over yet. The promise ordeal, right? Everybody's like, she just met him for like 10 minutes in a play. Why is she so like hung up over him and stuff?
Yeah.
First, I agreed with y'all, but then
I agree with y'all.
after thinking about it, you got to understand, guys. Again, this is a girl who lost everything and had nobody else in the world. This was before she went on her fucking villain arc, guys, okay? She finally had met somebody where she had a connection with. With the level of trauma that she dealt with, brother, that 10 minutes to me finally like meeting somebody who can understand me on some capacity, that would be a lot more valuable to me as well. And then the guy.
Okay, but we're not blaming Rover for that, right?
I fucking is charming, right? I'm like, maybe she's attracted to him. Obviously, he's the fucking Rizzler. She's like, damn, maybe I met somebody. Maybe I can get something going here. And then he says, he's gonna see me for my next play. Bro, for somebody who's been in her type of trauma, I get it, man. I do. I fucking get it. I've never had that happen before, but I could understand. I could empathize. Most importantly, you see what?
And I understand that too, right? Clearly, she was very invested in that one chat that they had. But in the other vein, hey, I am not going to put another person's baggage on another person. Especially if they don't have no memory of it.
You know what I'm saying? And so that's my thoughts on that. I think there's even more stuff I can talk about between these two. But what I want you guys to know, most importantly, as all the passion coming out of me and conviction I'm sharing, none of the things I'm saying are the truth. Like,
and I'm glad that he said that, right? This is like all his own personal take. This is all his own headcanon, his prediction for what might occur. I know we did a lot of commentary on this, but I think it's awesome that Gacha Smack decided to actually share some of his thoughts and, and perhaps most importantly, right, say that he's not like fucking correct or right about this and it's more of a discussion. And we just came in because, of course, right, a lot of this is like a refresher to us, especially hearing about the stuff in 1.3 and then also hearing about the stuff in 2.2. It's been a couple of months since I've had my eyes on those like plot lines and stuff like that. And so if I'm like asking questions or getting clarification, it's not because I'm trying to prove this guy wrong. It's just a matter of, hey, he might have missed some stuff as well. Just like I'm probably not recollecting all of the details fucking several months later. So don't view us having like a disagreement or me saying, oh, he might be wrong here as like,
Oh man, he's just, Saint's just trying to discredit Gacha Smack.
it's like, no, this is like a subject area that's just kind of a little bit fuzzy right now. So we're all playing a little bit of catch up.
Like, well, not the truth. They're not factual. They're not the gold standard. I'm just merely expressing my sentiment and my point of view on how I interpreted these things and how they played out.
Because you're a simp.
Why I feel the way I feel.
Because you're a simp.
But in no way or capacity am I sitting here telling this camera my way is the best fucking way. Fuck y'all and how y'all feel. Because that shit is incredibly cringe. And a lot of you guys do that shit. And it's just like, bro, grow the fuck up, man. Like, share your opinion. Share it firmly. But keep in mind, brother, we're just sharing our thoughts on a story, man.
Exactly. Good sort of like ending disclaimer.
It ain't that goddamn deep. All right, simmer down here, boys. All right, peace, love, and happiness.
Peace, love, and simping. Yeah, awesome vid by Smack. This was like a fun discussion. Definitely came in with a bit more of like a unique viewpoint than I was expecting. I thought he was gonna get into like the whole like,
Oh, Phrolova's like, she deserves better. She deserves better treatment.
but I think like him taking a bit more like that hypocrite, coward sort of angle is very interesting. But like he said, right, all of what he's saying right now is like a theory. And unfortunately, you can't actually go ahead and know what he's saying is like entirely true. It is an interesting take until more of the story actually starts playing out. I think that if Kuro does actually go with the form of story that he's saying, it could be really, really, really interesting. But on the flip side, right, Kartithia is a very loved character, and so you know that she's probably going to have like a good ending if it does actually occur. Maybe we'll see her in Phrolova's Dream Realm. But yeah, awesome vid overall. Hopefully we're able to provide some unique context and like a point of view as like somebody that is, a little bit rough when it comes to the story, recollection. But I think we did our best. Let me know what you all thought about this one. Peace. Damn, we got 2x the original video time playing it on 1.25x speed. Wild. All right, I need to go take a piss real fast. BRB. BRB. Holy shit. All right. Any other good vids? Any other good vids that we want to take a look at? I feel like there's a good bit of stuff coming out for 2.5. Anything else? What is this one? Sad? Did you react to this?
Hi.
Rating Gacha. Ooh, this is one that I had on my saved list, actually. This is one that I had on my saved
Welcome
list.
back.
Okay. All right. I definitely want to react to this one. Okay. Rating Gacha games free-to-play friendliness. Rating Gacha games free-to-play friendliness. Oh boy. What is this link? Why don't we have luck like this? Oh.
No, after that quest, we have to save her. We have to save her, chat. We have to save her. Watch this. I'm gonna do one poll, and Phrolova's gonna come home. And she'll be saved.
Fuck this guy.
Absolute cinema.
Come.
I did.
Let us finish this performance
Already.
we've all been waiting for.
Yep.
Together.
Feed him to a TD. Hey, I'm down. I'm down. Kill him. Kill him. In game. Yeah, I bet he was on pity, and he was just doing that to bait. I'm pretty sure he was on pity. Yeah, kill him. Yeah. He's spreading misinfo about his one pool. He was actually at 79 pity. That was his 80th one. Unbelievable. Alrighty. Do a vid on echo settings? Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we could do that. But first, let's take a look at this one. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people have been telling me to take a look at this video, and I heard that parts of it are somewhat stinky, especially when it comes to a certain game that's being referred over here. But I'm here to encounter it with a bit of an open mind. So let's see what it's all about, because we're going to be rating gacha games free-to-play friendliness from worst to best. Popular gacha games. So why don't we go ahead, take a look at this one, and see what it's all about.
Hi. Welcome back. We all know gacha games are predatory, and everybody who plays them has an insanely toxic love-hate relationship with them.
True.
People usually play games to de-stress and as entertainment, but most gacha games bring stress to everybody involved, mostly psychological to FTP players and very financial to those who spend money. I've said this before and I will say it again. When you play gacha games, the only 100% rate is that you will get shafted. But some games do that less than others, so which games are the most F2P player friendly? From having a lot of rewards to a forgiving gacha system, today we're going to look through a bunch of games and rank them from worst to best in terms of F2P player friendliness.
Let's do it. And I'm excited to see what some of his criteria are regarding regarding what makes a game free-to-play friendlier than others. I wonder if Endgame's going to be a part of that discussion.
But before we get started, just make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more content like this in the future, and join the Express Train Discord server for a fun and lovely community to hang out with. Also, thank you very much for 7,000 subscribers. I really appreciate every single one of you. So I am planning on doing a giveaway when we reach the big 10,000, so make sure to subscribe. Now let's get on to it.
Alrighty.
Well, we always gotta start these lists off with the rules. I'm going to take the most memorable and popular gacha games, but I'm not going to take too many because I'm just one guy and I haven't played every single gacha game.
Maybe you should consult Tuhu Sniper, the god of gacha, or Ryuku Sensei, the teacher from Japan, because they can't stop talking about the fact that they play like 1,700 gacha games on a daily basis. So maybe you could get like their point of view, and they can help you craft your next video, because they play every single one.
I'm going to take into consideration a few attributes. Endgame accessibility, which is what kind of investments F2P players need to
Very nice.
reasonably beat the endgame content in the game, either PvP or PvE. This will include talking about power creep and HP inflation, so HSR players, get ready.
And ZZZ players, I hope you're ready too.
Developer generosity, which is the free or collectible rewards the game gives out. Collectible meaning you have to do something for them, like exploration or farming events. Player maintenance, which is the amount of daily time investment the players need to stay on top of the content in the game without falling into any FOMO tactics like very limited events or banners. And probably most importantly, the quality of the gacha system. The rates, the pity systems, and all that cool gambling stuff. So,
all right, I'm gonna be honest. That list of criteria sounds pretty solid to me. I don't actually think that there's anything particularly missing from the list that I just saw over there.
let's start. The list will be in order from worst to best, and the first game we'll be looking at is Dragon Ball Legends. Well, just like every other video about any other gacha topic I've ever made, Dragon Ball Legends is at the very bottom. Well, to make a long story short, Dragon Ball Legends is a PvP gacha game that has tons of power creep, but to be fair, the devs did address it. Still not fixed, but at least it's a house somewhere. With a gacha system that has no pity where it actually matters in Ultra and LF banners, a 0.35% chance for Ultra units, and a 0.25% chance for LF units. So, let's take it from the very top. Like we said, it's a PvP gacha game with tons of power creep. Character copies in this game are also pretty powerful, unlocking some of the true potential of many units. Well, with a literally, non-figuratively, non-existent pity system, and a very low chance for higher rarity units, it's unforgiving for both whales and F2P players alike, but it does not remove the advantage of whales when it comes to character copies, because they still have more pulls than you. Endgame accessibility for F2P players is garbage, but to be fair, a lot of skill is involved. A skilled enough F2P player will be able to beat even the whalest of whales, but if we're being realistic for a moment, for the average F2P player, it's very inaccessible and those whales will dogwalk you. When it comes to generosity, there are actually quite a few F2P pulls to be collected. When you log in every day for a while, you can get quite a lot of CC, which is the in-game currency, which should help you with how terrible the gacha system is. However, a lot of this CC is pretty hard to get. Just because it's there doesn't mean you can get all of it. All in all, Dragon Ball Legends is pretty goddamn predatory, simply because of their gacha system and endgame accessibility.
Okay, so it's kind of like getting the CC from getting max stars is hard because you need crazy whaled characters and a lot of investment to even get like the extra resources from full clearing a stage. So, okay, I see. So it's like there's more free available, but to get the free stuff, you would need to whale in the first place to even reach the power levels required.
But at least for F2P players, they do give the opportunity to get quite a lot of pulls. Although
you need 14 copies to get the max stars. That's like Stygian Onslaught for every single stage, huh?
Like we said, it's pretty hard to get, so it fails quite spectacularly in the player maintenance department. So I would give Dragon Ball Legends 2 ratings actually, one for strictly PvE players and another for those who play PvP as well. I'll give it 2 out of 10 on the F2P friendliness scale for everyone who wants to enjoy PvP content. The biggest problems is the lack of accessible CC and the tons of whales that will make your life a living hell. I'll give it a 4 out of 10 for those who want to strictly play PvE. It's just
both ratings seem kind of bad.
That gacha system that's holding it back terribly. All in all, I really wouldn't touch Dragon Ball Legends unless I'm a huge Dragon Ball fan. I mean, even then, you should play Dokkan Battle instead. The next game on the list is going to be Genshin Impact. You're probably not surprised seeing it this low. Genshin's gacha system isn't the worst thing in existence. It's got a 0.6 chance for a 5-star unit with 90 heart pity and a 50-50 mechanic, or 80 pity and a dual weapon 50-50 mechanic for their weapon banner. It's definitely one of the worst of the modern age gacha games, but it's not really the worst of all time. I can name many games that have a worse gacha system than it, including one that is actually higher up on the list. However, where Genshin truly fails is in its latest years. It seems they really revved up the stupidity and greediness because not only did they break their own rules and put 2 new banners that are best in slot to each other in the same time slot, but they also ramped up their power creep and HP inflation to a ridiculous degree.
The amount of progress that Genshin has made on the power creep and HP inflation front in the past, like, 6 to 7, 8 months is absolutely insane. I have never seen such a high amount of, like, character-locked bosses, insane mechanics only featuring the newest on-banner units, and some of the most worthless reruns in, like, the history of the game. It's actually nuts how bad the older units are in this game and how much the power level has risen across the board during Natlan's release. It's nuts what's going on.
Seems Hoyo's teams are taking lessons from each other, unfortunately. Older characters are now much weaker, and while Genshin is slightly skill-based, allowing some players to still be able to beat the content if they try hard enough, for most players, the changes in the endgame content got pretty bad. Also, it wouldn't be a Moose on Caffeine video without mentioning how much a piece of dog shit Genshin Impact and its endgame content is. So anyway, it has an okay gacha system, endgame accessibility that is becoming worse and worse, but what about player maintenance and generosity? Well,
oh, you gotta work for those polls, bucko.
When it comes to generosity, Genshin Impact is pretty f***ing infamous for really cucking its player base at every opportunity. The average patch gives out somewhere around 50 to 60 intertwined fates, which means you can only guarantee a 5-star unit once every 3 average patches. Special patches don't give much more at around 80 per special patch. When it comes to player maintenance, it's actually pretty damn simple to maintain the upkeep of your account when it comes to daily quests and artifact farming. However, to collect all the primo gems that are actually available through exploration, it's pretty goddamn time consuming. You may as well spend a whole week on just one region. Story quests also take quite a bunch of time that could have been useful to spend elsewhere, like on another game. I'd give Genshin Impact a 5 out of 10 on the F2P friendliness scale. A lot of people in this game are actually casual players, so the only thing they truly care about is getting a new unit every once in a while, and that's perfectly fine. But for anybody looking for anything more than that, please don't play Genshin Impact.
It's only Genshin Impact is ironically enough kind of only good for newer players nowadays. Because you can ensure you can just pull out all the newest banners, all the newest units, have all the pulls you need just to get the strongest ones possible, and you will dog walk all the endgame content. Because they've intentionally designed it to literally be the worst time available if you're a returning player or a veteran one that simply just has not pulled on the newest units. It's nuts. It's going down the exact same route as HSR.
The next game on the list is Fate Grand Order. Some of you who watch my video about rating gacha rates may have expected it lower than Genshin, but actually, its gacha system and dev generosity are basically the only bad things about this game. The gacha system is as
We're shilling FGO in the big 2025.
follows. A 0.8% chance for a limited 5-star servant with a whole ass 330 pity. Now that's like twice as bad as Genshin to guarantee your favorite 5-star, but it's gonna get worse. The devs in this game barely give out any currency to F2P players. This game gives out so little currency that you're only guaranteed around 2.5 SSR units every single year.
So you play every day and you can guarantee 2.5 of them a year.
In Genshin, you're guaranteed around 4 or 5 or 6 per year. Now, mathematical averages say you'll get a 5-star in FGO every 100 pulls, but let us stick to guarantees here. So, why is this game in front of Genshin at all? At first, it seems like it should be all the way down with DBL. Well, player maintenance and endgame accessibility in this game are great. There's little to no power creep, and you can beat the whole game with even 1 and 2-star units. You obviously will have a few 5-star units, so it's even easier for everybody. Units are very similar to each other in power, so the only reason one would want to pull any unit is for collection purposes or to min-max a team for their favorite units. For collectors, this game is absolutely garbage. The gacha rates are awful and you get no currency. For people who just want to play the content the game has, like the endgame and the story, this game is pretty much perfect. So, it still has garbage rates and rewards, but it's good on everything else.
Okay, I can see the perspective over here. You could literally go on an almost no pull account in this game, only get like the free units and stuff when they pop up, and you would be able to complete everything with no real issues, including the endgame. Okay, okay, so it's almost like cosmetics in a sense. That's where like the gacha's coming in, because you can still do everything. You never feel the need to pull a unit for the content.
I'll give FGO a 5.5 out of 10. The next game on the list is Honkai Star Rail. Now, I was going to put this game right next to Genshin Impact, but after consideration, FGO is worse for F2P players, since Honkai Star Rail does give out a few freebies here and there that are very worth it, like Doctor Ratio back when he was actually useful, the free Ron May and Blade, and the free Archer, which is one of the best units in the game currently, but
okay.
Unfortunately, they did completely ruin the Fate Collab story. You also get quite a few pulls every patch, with the average for normal patches being 100 to 120. With a gacha system similar to Genshin, you can guarantee a 5-star around once every 1.5 patches. The weapon banner is a lot better though, only having one weapon on each banner and 75-25 instead of a full-on 50-50.
But then you're going to have to talk about the power creep and the HP inflation situation, buddy. Because I do believe that Honkai Star Rail is 1,000,000% the pioneer when it comes to the Hoyoverse games. It's the game that fucked up its endgame the fastest, and it's also the game that all of Hoyoverse's other titles are modeling themselves after now when it comes to the endgame. And I think the most unfortunate part about this matter is, gosh, just how many people still kept pulling on these fucking banners when every single new unit that was coming out was so much more ridiculously powerful than the previous one. It started with Acheron, and then Hoyoverse just has not slowed down ever since. 2.1 and Acheron's release is what killed this fucking game.
As well as a 0.8% chance for a 5-star instead of a 0.6 chance. Player maintenance in Honkai Star Rail is pretty simple. Just log in daily and press the fun button. Events are also usually pretty simple to do, even if they have become a little boring. One thing to criticize about Honkai Star Rail in this regard is that relic farming truly sucks in this game, more so than any other game with similar RNG gear mechanics, because you truly have to invest in a character to max out their build. And maxed out builds are basically the standards asked from you in the endgame content to clear in a reasonable amount of time. That may be a little bit of an exaggeration, but it's definitely something to be wary of. F2P players may want to split their resources, and in a game like HSR, it's definitely a lot harder to do. So, while Honkai Star Rail passes in all of these categories, the endgame accessibility category is where it fails horribly. Like you probably know, power creep is the biggest monetization model for this game, with units quickly becoming much less powerful as they once were when they came out in just a couple patches.
Hey, but they buffed like 4 of them.
Herda is already T0.5 and Acheron is already T1. Even if they have buffed a few units, it's still nowhere near enough. Characters in Honkai Star Rail also need incredibly high invested teams to function properly. Some characters, even some of the new buffed ones like Blade, require multiple 5-star characters to work.
I'm of the opinion that Honkai Star Rail only buffed its older units so that they could use them to sell the newer ones. That's pretty much it. They buffed Blade after the release of Hyacinth and Tribi, and they also buffed Jing Liu for the same exact reason, so that you would feel heavily pressured to pull these two characters, because they are now their new best in slots. And you had previous best in slots for your Blades and your Jing Lius before, but that is no longer the case. They don't use them anymore. And the thing is it's just like, it's always a matter of, you can't have anything nice in this game unless you're willing to pay exorbitant amounts of money. You literally have to pay hundreds of dollars to make these characters not feel like shit, or to give them like their actual synergies. Blade himself doesn't even work properly in his Hyacinth teams unless you pull Hyacinth's Light Cone too. Because Hyacinth's Light Cone has an effect that drains 1% of the party's HP. And when Blade gets his HP drained, he does his follow-up attacks faster. Literally, her fucking Light Cone is necessary for him to be at top performance. Oh, brother.
Other characters like Mighty and Clay also have a bulk of their strength in constellations and light codes. It's a classic case of a greedy endgaming character kit system, which is the only reason HSR is not at the top in terms of F2P friendliness. Investments aren't stable and have a pretty high barrier of entry. 4-star units are also non-existent in the recent updates, so with all of that in mind, I'll give Honkai Star Rail a 6 out of 10 in terms of F2P player friendliness. It's not the best and not the worst, but I have seen a pretty decent 50-50 split of people either complaining about the game being super hard as an F2P player, and others saying that even as an F2P player, they are clearing all the content. On paper,
I think they're lying.
though, Honkai Star Rail is pretty F2P unfriendly because of all the power creep. Wuthering Waves is up next. A lot of people would consider it pretty F2P friendly, but I have a few reasons on why it's not higher on the list.
Okay, so we're going from worst to best, right? We're going from worst to best over here, and Wuthering Waves is showing up on the bottom half of the list, because, you know, we're only at the 10-minute mark of a 21-minute video. So let's pay close attention here and see what we got, ladies and gentlemen.
Its gacha system is pretty good, with a 0.8% chance for 5 stars, 80 pity for characters with a 50-50, and 80 pity for weapons while having a 100% guarantee to get the weapon you want.
Yep.
I personally see no flaws in the gacha system here, since I do actually think that 50-50s have a role in getting important standard banner units in gacha games if the game does not supply enough standard pulls, but whether or not you actually want standard banner units in Wuthering Waves itself is a different topic.
Okay, so we got the best gacha out of the bunch.
Answer is you probably don't, and especially because you can't choose the character you lose to, but that has more to do with the state of the game rather than the gacha system. Speaking of which, the state of Wuthering Waves is pretty good. While there was a power creep controversy concerning Zanny a while ago, and while it could become a concern in the future, right now it's not that bad. However, characters are increasingly becoming more and more reliant on each other, which is another issue, like Zanny with Phoebe and Phrolova with Cantarella and Rocha. Phrolova even heavily benefits from her weapon, getting more than a 40% increase of damage from it. It's definitely pretty predatory and F2P unfriendly.
So we're using Frolova's weapon, so we're using Frolova's weapon as one of the big downsides. However, you always have to view it from the angle of, does the endgame require you to have the signature weapons to clear? And if the answer is not even close to a signature weapon to be able to full clear it, then what's the real major crazy issue?
Although, the game is still definitely way more skill-based rather than relic lock or gacha-based like a game like Honkai Star Rail is, so bidding the content relies a whole lot on you, and dungeon mains certainly constantly prove that. This also ties into the player maintenance we talked about earlier in HSR. In Wuthering Waves, it's also very simple to farm your daily quests and events, but since it's an exploration game, that can take up some of your time. Echo farming can also take a while, but splitting your resources in this game is much easier to do, since high echo investment matters much less than how you play. In this example on screen right now, shout out to Mixed in the Express Train Discord server for the footage by the way, a high investment brand was able to beat this boss in 1 minute and 10 seconds, and a low investment brand was, almost, able to beat this boss in around 1 minute and 30 seconds, so again, it relies a whole lot on you more than your echo luck, so it's a much better situation than HSR or Genshin, but not as good of a situation as the games further up on the list.
So you're full clear of the content with low invested characters, but it's not good.
When it comes to dev generosity, Wuthering Waves excels here, giving out a few freebies, but also definitely missing that free 5-star during the anniversary. You can get around 100 to 130 pulls per patch, but the reduced pity and increased 5-star chance means that it's a slightly lower requirement than Hoyo games, but only by 10 pulls, so at 160 pulls to truly guarantee a 5-star, 1.25 patches should be enough. Again, let's stick to guarantees here, although one thing to note is that realistically, Hoyo has soft pity systems, while Wuthering Waves players still haven't noticed one yet.
Wait, is this guy retarded? Wait, did he just say Wuthering Waves has no soft pity system? It starts at 65 for both the character and the weapon. Yeah, it starts at 65 for a character and the weapon. Like, everyone gets their weapon and their character at like 66, 67, 68 pulls. He said not noticed. Brother, the game launched 1 year and 2 months ago.
And even though we are sticking to guarantees, that is definitely something to note. So
There is a soft pity system that's like been established. It was established within like the first month of the game.
in the end, I'll give Wuthering Waves a 7 out of 10 on the F2P friendliness scale.
Wait, so the reasoning that we got was the game lets you clear the end game content with absolutely bum ass echoes. We talked about signature weapons being better than others as a down point, but then talked in the same sentence about how we can clear all the content with poor investment. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what it's doing here. Let's just see here. I think that Wuthering Waves is for sure. Obviously, we got a bias, right? I think it is the most free-to-play friendly game. Or one of the most, if not the highest. And so I'm excited to see what other games are higher and why.
Next up, we've got Zenless Zone Zero to complete the trifecta of Hoyo games, Honkai Impact 3 and Tears of...
Oh boy. Let's hear this one out. I'm excited to hear about how a game with a 75-25 and the most power creep I've ever seen in a game is more free-to-play friendly. Also, with incredible amounts of HP inflation in the endgame, plus new classes and new units that interact with the newest boss mechanics, so now the bosses are character checks too. I'm excited to see how this game is more free-to-play friendly.
Themes don't exist. Zenless Zone Zero is incredibly similar to Honkai Star Rail in many ways. The gacha system is basically an exact copy, with one key difference being that 5-star weapons have a 1% chance of dropping instead of 0.8% like in Honkai Star Rail. Other than that, so they're basically the exact same. Developer generosity is a tiny bit less in Zenless Zone Zero, since they are yet to give as many freebies as Honkai Star Rail has, but that is mostly probably because Zenless Zone Zero is just younger. You should note that Zenless Zone Zero has broken the first anniversary curse and given out a free 5-star during their first anniversary.
Wait, so I just realized, did this guy not talk about Zhang Liao being given out for free for Wuwa, but he's going to talk about this? The standard units that none of these are actually used in any team. None of these standard units are used in any team, except for maybe one of them. Lycon. Nobody else literally has any purpose.
They give out the same amount of gameplay and mail rewards otherwise, so again, incredibly similar to Honkai Star Rail. It's also very quick to get done with your dailies in Zenless Zone Zero, taking less than 10 minutes every single day, as well as every other piece of content that has to do with player maintenance, like events and such being very accessible. Where ZCZ and HSR start to really stray away from each other is endgame accessibility.
Wait, so is this guy not going to talk about ZZZ requiring you to sit down for about 7 business days to do all of its side quests? Where it's actually more tedious to do the side quests and events in ZZZ than any exploration in Wuwa or even Genshin. It's literally harder to do ZZZ side quests than it is to do exploration in Genshin or Wuwa. Wait, and we just skipped over. We just skipped over that entire list of like fucking commission missions. Guys, I'll just show it to you. I'll just show you exactly what this guy is skipping over when it comes to his rating. I genuinely think... I mean, if we're saying that there's no soft pity in Wuwa, I don't think we've probably played the game, especially when we're using somebody else's footage. And I think if we're saying that ZZZ's maintenance and keeping up with the free rewards is easy and no effort at all, I think we haven't played ZZZ either. Because it is without a doubt... Guys, I'm about to show you something that's like the truth for most ZZZ players. Get ready for this, boys. We're about to show you something. Yeah, the maintenance in this game is wild, bro. It is wild. Let's take a look. The guy, yeah, he also didn't mention you could buy sequence nodes from the shop. it's just I understand that there's like a couple of things you can miss, no big deal, but no soft pity, no sequence nodes in the shop. And then when we say ZZZ has no maintenance and it's low effort, and then this is what that's what the quest log looks like in ZZZ. Because you have a mix of needing to walk to just random places in the city, one stage combats, TVs, it's all here. It's all here, bro. It's all here. Nobody does these. This is how many events there are. This is how many dialogues and quests you gotta go through. Each of these are like 30 different dialogues, bro. Nobody does these. It's such a pain in the ass to keep up with this game as a free-to-play. You can't even skip any of these dialogues either. You have to read the dialogue of all of these quests. Brother, ZZZ's maintenance has to be the highest out of some of the highest out of all the Hoyo games.
We already know HSR's endgame situation is a shitfest cluster of power creep and HP inflation, while Zenless Zone Zero has very little of both.
Zenless Zone Zero has very little power creep and HP inflation. Are we on drugs? We have to be on drugs, right? There's no way you played the game and you can say there's no power creep or HP inflation after 2.0 in Miasma. And the fact that since version 1.4, the HP has inflated by 120%. Kaiser, don't you have your updated chart? Wait, Kaiser, you got your updated chart, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you got the HP inflation and what it looks like in this game. Wait, no, he do have it. Total HP since ZZZ 1.4, the start of the year, by the way. The start of the year. In 2.0, guys, in 2.0, the HP was up 110%. Since the start of the year. In July, the HP was literally up 110%. And the only reason why these HP numbers went down in 2.1 is because the bosses both have miasma shields. And so they have like a fuck ton of built-in DR, and they actually take longer. They take longer to fight than they did in 2.0. That is ZZZ's HP inflation since January. 110%. And then if it's lower, it's because they have gigantic fucking shields. Brother, what do you mean there's no HP inflation and power creep? In a game with Hoshimi Miyabi? We got to at least play these games and slightly keep up with their meta, right? Like, we have to at least slightly be keeping up with the game's metas. And, like, at least watch, like, a video or two about what's going on in the games. If we're going to talk about power creep and HP inflation, if we're gonna make, like, this sort of analysis, right? Because there's no way that we're just saying that HP inflation is not a thing in ZZZ.
Miyabi power crept Ellen once, sure, then Ellen was buffed in the first anniversary, and no other example of strong power creep happened since.
Astra Yao and Yi Xuan and Miasma and the Rupture class and the new support Yazuha and how she outperforms and throws Piper into the fucking grave.
There are still definitely top characters and bottom characters, like Jane being top and me being bottom. Like Miyabi and Yi Xuan at the top of every tier list, and Ellen still being at only T1. And even Jane being called one of the worst characters, you can still get pretty reliable clears with basically anyone, so power creep is completely not an issue in Zenless Zone Zero, and so is HP inflation.
This guy doesn't play the game. Yeah, I know. He doesn't play the game at all. I don't know how you're saying that statement, that power creep and HP inflation don't exist in ZZZ. I don't even know what we're doing here.
Overall, I would give Zenless Zone Zero's FTP friendliness a 7.5 out of 10. The Battle Cats is one of the best gacha games of all time in my opinion. Some of the best challenging content available while also being pretty damn FTP friendly. Its gacha system may seem pretty daunting and bad at first, with legendary units or 6 stars having a 0.3% chance to drop without even a pity system, which is even worse than Dragon Ball Legends' Ultra units. But there are a few redeeming points, the first of which being a number of double rate events for both 5-star and 6-star units, as well as the ability to track your future pulls, meaning if you do it correctly, you will never lose. Also, even if you are never lucky enough to get a legend rare unit, they're actually pretty mid most of the time, with so many uber rare units outshining them, and even then, uber rare units aren't needed in beating the game, since super rare, rare, and unlockable units are so damn good. Now this means that it's still harder for collectors, but that's such a small amount of Battle Cats' player base because of the type of game that it is, so for most F2P players it's a really good game. Especially because player maintenance in this game is
I'm not gonna lie. I don't care about Battle Cats. Move me on to the next fucking game. I think I saw PGR. Let's see here.
slows down. The next game is Punishing Grey Raven.
I don't give a shit about Battle Cats. I'm sorry. I don't think anyone else cares either. I'm just gonna skip over to the next game.
Kuro Games' true passion project before Wuthering Waves. This game is incredibly F2P friendly, and first and foremost because of a great gacha system. Limited 5-star units drop at a rate of 1.5% with 60 pity and no 50-50. Weapons drop at a 4% chance and 30 pity with an 80-20 system. I don't know why they would not have a 50-50 for characters, but then an 80-20 for weapons, but it's still an insane gacha system nonetheless.
Yeah, the 80-20 weapon on PGR is kinda, I don't even know why it's in there.
There are also pets, otherwise known inside the game as cubs, which are guaranteed a 20 pity. Endgame is mostly skill-based, just like Wuthering Waves, so being skilled enough is the bar. Power creep does exist in PGR, but it's very manageable. I think that's also the route they're going to go with Wuthering Waves later on. Basically, all units can clear content with enough skill, so it won't be an issue. Now, the devs are pretty generous, especially right now when the global version of PGR is trying to catch up with CN by updating twice, sometimes 3 times as fast, with the reported average amount of currency per patch being 7,500 black cards, which is around 30 pulls. When merged, that doubles and triples sometimes, but with the normal schedule, you can guarantee a 5-star once every 2 patches, not considering freebies. Anniversaries, collabs, and other special patches contain quite a lot of rewards as well. Many A rank and S rank units, or 4 and 5 stars, are also given out for free, and when it comes to player maintenance, you can expect to grind out for 30 to 45 minutes daily for maximum account optimization, which is definitely not the best, but people already do that in games like Wuthering Waves and Genshin. Games like HSR and ZZZ are much easier to maintain daily, so with very generous devs that give out a lot of freebies and rewards, and
Wait, did he say that other games are
daily, so with very
Did he say these other games are better to maintain daily?
which is definitely not the best, but people already do that in games like Wuthering Waves and Genshin. Games like HSR and ZZZ are much easier to maintain daily, so
I feel like PGR, you just kind of, you log in and you get your dailies done in like 3 minutes. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know what's going on in this video. I feel like there's just so many things in here where if you're somebody that plays any of these games that he's talking about, you'll hear what he's saying and you'll just be like, wait, what the fuck did he just say? Straight up, like, I heard what he said for Wuthering Waves, Honkai Star Rail, ZZZ, and PGR. I play all of those games, or I played all of them very recently, and I'm just like, wait, what the fuck did he just say? Straight up. Because PGR has, like, the fastest dailies I've ever seen. You literally get all of it done in, like, 2 to 3 minutes if you know what you're doing, and it's legitimately actually longer than these games. And we said we don't even know if Wuwa has a soft pity. I just want to see. You just Google it. And you'll find out what it. You just Google it and you would know that Wuwa has a soft pity. It's like, it took more effort to write in the script that Wuwa doesn't have a soft pity than it would to just Google it and see that it does. This is what I mean. It's just, this video is confusing. We put more effort into spreading misinformation that can be literally rectified and corrected in a single Google search. Like, it was harder to do what he did than just say what the truth is. Like, is this true? Do people actually put shit into ChatGPT and then just ask it to write video scripts for them? Like, is that legitimately something that people do nowadays? They put scripts into ChatGPT, or they get scripts from ChatGPT and then just regurgitate it in front of a mic. Brother, I'm just gonna be real here. The amount of sheer misinfo that I've seen in this video is like, guys. And like I said, I thought I was gonna go into this with an open mind. am I not just calling out the stuff that's just blatantly wrong? That's just blatantly incorrect? And that's just not true at all? And, like, I've even talked about where they're lying in other games.
So, with very generous devs that give out a lot of freebies and rewards, endgame accessibility, there will
And then we're like half representing issues as well, because we stood there like glazing the shit out of like free characters in PGR and free characters in ZZZ, and then we just said fuck you to Zhang Liao. We just said fuck you, Zhang Liao. We're not going to mention you at all for Wuwa, but we will talk about how there's a missing free 5-star on the anniversary. But we won't talk about Zhang Liao.
relies on skill, where power keep is also very, very
And we won't talk about the dupes in Wuwa shop either.
manageable, a very great gacha system and ratio with the amount of pulls you get per patch, with pretty easy player maintenance, but daily is taking a tiny bit longer than some games. Punishing Grey Raven is going to get an 8.5 out of 10. If you're planning on playing it, play it now to capitalize upon the patch merging going on.
All right, I'm going to be honest. I don't know how much more of this video I feel like particularly listening to, but I know for certain that this has gotten quite a few views. And the issue is that I don't know what's going on with this creator, but they've decided to just blatantly not get 90% of like the full story or information about these games. It's like they're picking and choosing what to talk about and then horrifyingly misrepresenting actual facts that have been confirmed about all of the games. Yeah, we don't talk about Wuwa's beginner banner. There's just so much stuff missing that I don't actually know what's even going on in here, to be honest. And I don't even know if anyone in the comment section even knows what's going on either. Because this is just like, huh? Huh? Like, and this isn't even a scenario of, oh, he rated Wuwa low, that's why we're being toxic right now. Oh, we're toxic positive Kurobots. It's, we're giving ratings while missing some of the most upfront information across all of these games. And so I just can't help but feel like, even for the non-Wuwa games, what are we even doing here? And can you even take this rating in this video seriously? I do genuinely think this is full of a huge amount of misinformation. And the next time that this creator like makes content, I'm just gonna unsub. Unfortunately, I'm just gonna unsub. Like the next time a creator like this makes videos, they need to actually double check the information that they're putting into their script. Unless it's being produced by ChatGPT. Maybe they could ask ChatGPT to review their script as well to make sure that it's right. Because, like, what even in here is correct? There seems to be more wrong than there is right. So, yeah, I mean, that's going to be that. I think that this was a good video for us to watch. Just to be able to get, like, a rundown of, like, the gullibility of the gacha community. And, like, the gullibility of, like, people when they're giving out opinions that don't particularly make sense. There's some stuff in here that's, like, good, but, like, for other ones, it's kind of like, what is this? What is this? So, yeah, that'll be that. Yeah, I don't particularly feel like finishing this because I don't know how, I don't think I can trust this creator with the opinions that they're giving. Knowing firsthand that they're this wrong about the games that we know about, I can't trust their opinion on the games that I don't know about. So I don't think we'll be finishing this one. So yeah, I know this might come off as like a little bit harsh or maybe like too critical, but it's a matter of like, if we're going to be judging games like this, then like at least try to double check just try to double check the stuff that you're putting into this video and saying is fact. Because very little of that was actually done here. Let me know what you all think. Peace. You judge games like this, though? Oh, do I? Do I say that I'm going to judge 10 gacha games and then just get straight up regular facts about them completely wrong? Yeah, do I just go in and then say Wuwa has no soft pity? A year into its launch, they said Wuwa has no soft pity. Like, brother, you could just Google it. You could just Google that question and it'll tell you that there is one. Or you play the game. and realize that you will always get something by your 70th pull. Like, it's just basic stuff like this. Man, I can't believe he gave Wuwa a 7.5 and crashing out. Amy, this is why everyone thinks you're retarded. I hope you know that. I didn't even crash out because of the rating. I didn't even crash out. I just said, why is this guy getting basic information about the game wrong and then proceeding to try to judge them? I don't think he has any clue what he's fucking talking about. And I don't think anyone in this comment section has any clue that he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, because otherwise, if people knew how wrong he was, this video would have more dislikes. Yeah, if people actually knew how wrong he was, but they don't, because they also don't play the games, they're taking this guy as the expert in this scenario. They think he knows what he's talking about, when in reality, he's just making shit up. He's like actually just making shit up. I don't really know at this point. Like, I don't know what you want me to say, brother. This one's a little bit stinky. Like, because I'm not gonna lie, I kind of went into this. I kind of went into this expecting Wuwa to be closer to the top. This motherfucker didn't even talk about the standard weapon banner and how you can select the weapon that you want. Bro didn't even talk about how you can select Static Mist and that you can select Emerald of Genesis. Like, it's just such surface level breakdowns of some dog shit. 2 weapons are okay. Oh, hey, let me know the next time you pull a good weapon off of ZZZ standard banner. Hey, let me know the next time you pull a good weapon off of the HSR or the Genshin stand. Hey, enjoy your Amos bow, dumbass. Hey, enjoy your 5th Amos bow, retard. Hey, I hope you enjoy that charge attack damage, idiot. Oh, hope you wanted a 17th copy of Japard's Light Cone, you fucking loser. Oh wait, you don't, but you can't do that. You can't choose. Yep. But you want to know what a free-to-play player can do in Wuthering Waves? They can literally pull 1 copy of every standard weapon in the game, completely on their own whim. They can decide to pull it whenever they want. And y'all are out here. Oh,
Only 2 usable weapons?
okay, buddy. Brimstone, Weeping Cradle, and Kaleido weapon are good. Okay, can I just tell the devs to give me exactly those weapons on the standard banner? Or do you have to literally have good RNG to ever get those weapons in the first place? Oh wait, you do need to have good RNG to ever get those weapons in the first place. Oh, but can't you just do the rebate thing? Can't you just do the rebate and guarantee, you spend 20 pulls for them? Or sorry, you spend 30 pulls for them? Oh, great. Now the next time you lose 75-25, you might just get a copy of the weapon you just spent 30 pulls on. Oh, awesome. Just what I wanted. Yeah, imagine you spend the 30 pulls in the rebate shop on the Brimstone and then proceed to get it on the next banner. Oh, now you got 2 of them. Well, hope you feel better for that one, buddy boy. Yeah. There's just so much stuff missing from that breakdown and that overview that I'm just like, I'm good, bro. Yeah, I'm good. What a just like surface level chat GPT AI video, bro. What's with people calling people little pups? It depends on how you call people little pups. Like for example, when Tuhu Sniper calls you a little pup, you already know you don't need to care, right? You already know that's like, all right, Tuhu Sniper calling me a little pup. Oh man, I'm shaking in my fucking boots. Yep, I'm shaking in my size 2 boots. I'm absolutely terrified of the guy. Just kidding. Nobody's saying that. What with Gacha Smack? It's Lil Simp. Guys, hey, it's all jokes, right? But I'm still of the opinion, if Phrolova was a man, nobody would care. I'm just telling you guys, if Phrolova was a dude, nobody would care. And you guys know that's a fact. You guys know that's a fact. They'd be laughing. They're like, get fucked, idiot. Get wrecked. You stupid bum. You thought Rover was going to wait for you? Rover's a busy person. They don't got time for you, loser. Rover don't got time for you. They're a busy guy. You're just some dumb musician. Who's some dumb obsessed musician. Why the hell would Rover wait for you? Hey, but the second you find out it's Phrolova, oh, my queen, how dare he not fulfill his promise that he made to you on a random whim 300 years ago? How dare you? Such a betrayer. It's like, all right, bro. All right, bro. It do be what it do be. Alrighty. Why the Genshin community is mad again. Aren't they always mad? Genshin storytelling has so many problems. Jesus Christ, there's been a lot of stuff out recently. Alright, I'm looking at my YouTube vids again. Saint, the man, the mythocrit, the hypocrite. Bro, why are there so many videos in my reaction channel? There are like actually 17. There are actually 17,000. All right, how about okay, maybe we will throw a bone to one of my haters. Let's see what their video looks like. Yeah, maybe we do throw a bone to one of my haters. Absolutely diabolical thumbnail, too.
A year ago to date. As I'm working on this video here, I uploaded the video titled, I Cannot Brush Past This Guy Any Longer. That video was about Io, a creator who at the time was a delusional guy who would not know when to shut up. The gacha space was interesting back then. It was several months after the Atsu fiasco, and people were struggling to find ways to make content because of it. Shitty dramas like tournaments and gacha wars between Hoyoshills and Kurobots were on the rise. The dry patches of August 2024 were soon to arrive.
Do you guys watch the videos before you link them? Do you just see this video and you're like, damn, this is the worst video I've ever seen. Let me go post it in Saint's Discord. Because that's all I'm thinking happened at this point.
Everything was going to shit.
This bro sounds like he's talking into a fleshlight.
We're at a stable spot now. Well, stable as in not as terrible as it could be right now. There hasn't been any major dramas that I can recall for quite a bit now. Maybe that's because I try to avoid that scripted excuse for dramas anyways, but...
What is this?
I don't know, that's just me. But I'm going to be breaking my silence to talk about yet another creator who's being an absolute fucking dumbass. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Seiton Dust Call Outpost. I am absolutely fucking sick of this guy. Every time I see him nowadays, it's of him making a fool of himself and the fanbase he represents. Every time I see this man, I see a man who's only a man by technicality, but not a man by any sort of pride at all. A sad boy who has to put other people down to keep his channel relevant.
I'm not gonna lie. It sounds really off to reference someone as a sad boy when you literally, your voice sounds like a sad boy. That's like, imagine, you're like really caught up on your emotions. You're like, stop being a little bitch. You're such a little bitch. It's not as convincing when you're telling somebody like an insult, but then the insult that you're telling them is quite literally 100% attributed to by yourself. It's like almost ironic, actually. Let's hear a little bit more.
If there's one thing I hate, it's people like this. Especially when you look at the flippant situations. Say Tontos used to be chill, and Io was the issue. Now Io is chill. Even helpful to his community. Get this. And now, Say Tontos is the pest. For any returning viewers, this is a special video. This is both this month's deep dive that I also decided would be the final episode of the Spice Week series.
Why does this guy's B-roll look like his mic?
Where I cover our topics and talk about them. If you're one of those viewers returning, then I deeply appreciate your support. If you like this series so far, then please be sure to like the video and subscribe for more content like this. Now without any more stalling, let's get right into it. First of all, let's have a quick summary of Stay Tontos. Stay Tontos is your stereotypical Twitter gacha player personality. He chose the side of Kuro because Hoyoverse pissed him off with the Genshin, and now he tries to put down any good thing that Hoyoverse does, and has done.
And this guy literally has their HP inflated reset, which is 100% more HP and Shiyu defense compared to the start of the year, and then says I'm putting down good stuff in the game. This guy's too retarded to listen to. I'm sorry. Like, this is what this guy is saying. Me making a video about 110% HP inflation in less than 7 months. Hey, I'm just putting down good parts of the game, guys. Hey, I'm just putting down good parts of the game. This guy is literally too stupid to function. Yeah, I think I'm good, bro. I think that's all I need, to be honest. That's all I need. How dare you critique ZZZ? How dare you critique the devs doing this? You're just toxic, bro. You're just a pest. Yeah, I spent $500 on the game and I can clear it. Yo, why are you critiquing it? These guys are so fucking dumb, dude. I'm telling you, there's a reason why nobody makes ZZZ content. Guys, there's a reason why nobody does it. Because they don't want to deal with the retarded community. I swear. If you get into like the metagame side of ZZZ, you will want to leave content creation. Why do you think EO's taking a break? Why do you think EO's taking a break from ZZZ? He had to deal with retards every single day. And he's like, I'm fucking tired of it. I can't deal with these idiots. It's the truth. Or at least that's my truth. I don't know the exact reason why he's taking a break. I think it's because he's around stupidity for around 20 hours a day and he can't handle it no more. Why do you think I only make ZZZ content once every like 3 weeks? I gotta quarantine myself from these losers. That's how I stay not a loser like them. I'm telling you, nobody plays it for a reason. If you want a real toxic positive side of a community, don't look at Wuthering Waves, guys. Look at Zenless Zone Zero. If you legitimately want to see what toxic positivity to an absurd degree looks like, look at Zenless Zone Zero. The community of that game will defend the worst gameplay decisions by developers until the end of time. They will defend miasma. They will defend HP inflation. They will defend mechanics locked to certain characters. They will defend everything bad in a game and then call themselves the chillest community on the planet. Literally the worst in terms of toxic positivity I've ever seen. Sarah, back me up on this. Which is the worst toxic positive gacha community? Which one's the worst? I know you've got yourself dug into all of them. Who's the worst? Who's the worst? Either Genshin or ZZZ. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. ZZZ is actually worse than HSR. I will be on the boat of that. ZZZ is actually... HSR players will make fun of the game. HSR players are kind of in the boat of, we know the game is shit, but hey, it's cool, so we still play it. Straight up. They will, like, insult the game all the fucking time and talk about the power group and stuff, but they still play it. They're cognizant of it. ZZZ players will deny that any of the bad stuff is actually happening. They have gaslighted themselves into thinking miasma is good for the game. That's what I'm most baffled by. The community has literally gaslighted themselves into saying miasma is good. I genuinely think it is a note in the ZZZ creator contract to not talk badly about miasma. I'm not gonna lie. If somebody whistleblows on it and they like find a line that says you cannot talk about miasma negatively, or you can't talk about the rupture class negatively, I would not be surprised. I genuinely think that the narrative when it comes to ZZZ is literally controlled by the program. I genuinely think it is. Because nobody covers this game except for me unless they're getting paid by the company. And when miasma is as bad as it is in Shiyu right now, it's fucking awful. Probably the worst reset I've ever seen of the game mode. Nobody is talking about it. I think they're literally all paid not to talk about it. Good lord, bro. Good fucking lord. They're literally not paid to talk about the problems in the game. I'm telling you. Hoyo's on the record doing that before. There are multiple CCs that have said that they had to drop Hoyo contracts, or their contracts have said they couldn't, I think it's like, there was some dude on Flip's video, a big CC called like Kevin or something, and they were like, yeah, I was told by Hoyoverse I can't make these comments about the game. I guarantee you, because of the iron grip fucking ZZZ has over its creator program, that's why nobody's talking about miasma. I genuinely cannot believe that nobody else has anything to say about Miasmic Jane. Literally, no one has any commentary to make about Miasmic Jane. Nobody. When her fucking miasma resets at 220. And so if you don't clear her within 215, you literally cannot get a 3-star clear. You literally cannot clear with like max rewards unless you clear Jane in like 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Because she'll get a second shield and you're going to 3 minutes. It's either 219, 215, or it's either 215 or 3 minutes. That's the gap. Because her shield will reset at 220. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Just look at your latest video. There's a lot of comments about Jane. Guys, this is, like, there are people saying that, like, it's a skill issue in my vid. There are people saying it's my issue, my problem, that I wasn't able to clear in 215. Nah, motherfucker. It's HP inflation and miasma, you stupid idiots. That's all it is. I actually had one guy go in and then, like, hyper-analyze my gameplay so that he could literally try to point out every single thing I'm doing wrong. Wait. Oh, wait, let me see it over here. I think I still got it. Alrighty, ladies. Yeah, here we go. As a ZZZ player that sweats his ass off, I love the same... Wait, no, this one actually got a pretty... This video has... I think... This is the thing. People know that this is actually an issue. This man still calls himself a Kurobot in title, but he's not going to China. Fob, I bet your visa doesn't get approved. I bet your visa's not going to get approved. What are you going to do then, buddy boy? Yeah. I already have it. I can't believe the passport agency accepted a foot photo in place of your actual ID. I can't believe they did that. I guess standards are going down nowadays. My visa got approved in 1 day, actually. Insane speedrun by them. I feel like this only happened because America really doesn't want you here anymore. I feel like all of your visas get approved, like, ASAP. The longer your stay is, the faster the visa gets approved. Who wants to be in America anymore? Shut up. You love the US of A. You love the US of A. Bob, don't fucking play. Otherwise, you would have moved by now. Dummy. You would have moved by now, dummy. Why you still here then? Huh? Why you still here then, bucko? I don't. My girlfriend liked California. Oh, so you're just whipped. Is that what you're saying? You're just a little whipped. Okay. Well, I mean, hey, knowing your two's relationship dynamic, I guess it makes sense why you living in California. Yeah, knowing y'all's dynamic, she makes 99% of the income. Yeah, you make 1%, so it is what it is. Right? What are you going to do in that scenario? You got to listen to the breadwinner of the household, you feel me? Hey, you're a lucky man. You're a lucky man, Bob. No, it's called being in a loving relationship and making sacrifices, which I understand being single wouldn't help you understand. All right, Fob, I don't think you're a person to say that when the only thing you sacrifice here is your manhood. Okay, bucko? Hey, at least we found out your testicles are detachable, buddy. We can't even confirm you have testicles because you're single. Huh? Bro, this is the same guy that's bragging about his girlfriend, by the way. This is the same dude that was just bragging about how he's not single. He's bragging about being in a loving relationship. And he's just openly asking other dudes on stream to show they nutsack to him. This guy's really built different. He's truly built different. Bob, I got a question for you. Have you ever had an enema before? I feel like you're one of those dudes. I feel like you've had multiple. Why are you smacking your lips like that? I need more water. I'm dehydrated. If you're a true Korean, you've been to bathhouses. You should have seen hundreds of ball sacks growing up. So, are you essentially saying that because I haven't seen hundreds of ball sacks, I'm not a true Korean? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're the most. Saint was too shy to go to bathhouses. Or you could use the logic of, Maybe Saint doesn't want to go into a place where you see a bunch of ball sacks. But I guess Fob's down for that. To be honest, that's a pro. That's a pro for him. Is there a chance of seeing a lot of male ball sacks here? Hey, put it up on the list of must-go destinations, Siri. That's what it seems like. Yeah, I guess we learned some things about Fobert today. Guess we learned some things about Fobert today. It's, most dads take their sons there when they're usually around 8 years old. Were you concerned about your sexuality at the age of 8? Fob, you shouldn't be saying in a public Twitch chat that your dad went to go take you to see other men's ball sacks when you were 8 years old. You couldn't waterboard that out of me. Like, literally, that's what you said. That's not the point of bathhouses? I don't know. The way that you said it, you kind of made it the point. I'm not gonna lie. You kind of made it the point. Like, you can't tell me that's not the point. You can't be telling me that's not the point when you said shit like this. That's not the point of bathhouses. Fob, I don't think this discussion is doing us any further favors. Dumb fuck, shut your bitch ass up. We're bantering for fun. That's crazy. That's crazy. Bro, he followed 2 days ago just to type that to you. Bro, he followed 2 days ago. That's the first message. That's one of the first messages he wrote. Bob, you got some haters, bro. Bob, you got some haters, brother. Holy. Good God, there's a lot of jealous people in the chat. A lot of jealous people in the chat. Guys. Now, that's just a grade A1 Wagyu Curlbot. Fob, I heard you were spreading some potential misinformation about Curlbots the other day. I heard you and Jenna were shadowboxing some demons the other day. Yeah. I heard you two are blaming a lot of Curlbots for some of the issues that are spawned by your own viewers. Yeah, we had a whole breakdown this morning, right? Of like Jenna going crazy about Curlbots. And then we found out it was just his own viewers critiquing him. Are you sure the same thing wasn't happening with you, Bucko? Are you sure about that? Because we did research. We did research into the Jenna situation, right? And we're like, wait, all these comments seem like pretty reasonable critique. And they come from people that are his longtime viewers. And he's just calling them retarded Curlbots when they're his own viewers. Fob, are you sure you're not doing the same thing? The account I was arguing with was the same day follower. Okay. Maybe yours is valid. Maybe yours is valid. But I think the issue is that a lot of CCs have been getting valid critiques from their own audience. And because it's related to Wuthering Waves, they are disregarding the critiques and saying it just comes from Curlbots. So I just wanted to make sure the same thing wasn't happening with you. Because you've already got enough problems in your life. The main one being your hair looks like a penis. So just didn't want to add one more on your already full plate. Gosh. Man, I don't know what it is. I feel like some sense of satisfaction saying that. I don't know what it is. It's just looking better than an overcooked Bobby Lee. Fob, are you being racist towards me because I'm a jungle Korean? Is it because my skin's dark? 'Cause I'm not as pale as you, buddy boy. I'm a lower class Korean citizen. Huh? Oh, you don't like my melatonin, bucko? Yeah, I got more than you. Yeah, I don't get sunburned, though, bitch. I bet you gotta walk outside with at least 30 different cosmetics. You fragile little boy. Melatonin, no, melanin. Melatonin was part of the joke. Melatonin was part of the joke. I know, I'm intentionally saying it wrong. Yes, yes, guys. Yes, sometimes I do that on purpose. Yes, sometimes I do that on purpose. Yes, like how you see an animal or a character with mismatched eye colors and you say they have homophobia. Yes, that's not actually true. They have like heterochromia. But you say they have something else. No, my GF wishes I'd use any skincare. Guy, okay, Fob, can you like read the fucking room and stop talking about your girlfriend for like half a fucking second? It's like, bro, every other message is this. Oh, my girlfriend. Shut up! Nobody cares! Stop it! We can't relate! It's crazy. My life is changing. Bro can't go 2 messages without mentioning his girlfriend. True. Wait, now we gotta VOD review his logs. Literally the 5th message. Literally the 5th message. Another one. Another one. All right, now you're talking about ball sacks that your dad took you to go see. Another one. It's not about my... Okay, can you... Are you done, like, edging us? Are you done, like, edging us? Or do you actually have news to fucking share? Or are you just, like, actually horrifically baiting the whole crowd right now? I actually almost banned him. I saw what he wrote. I almost banned him. This guy's out here bragging about a 1440p monitor. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I almost banned you. This is the most... Just talk about your girlfriend again. Just go talk about your girlfriend again. Jesus Christ. His girlfriend paid for it? Is this... Wait, is this guy going onto my stream to advertise his girlfriend's products? What the fuck? You said talk about my... Is that all I am to you? A fucking marketing outlet? All right, time to move on, boys. I can't believe Fodmaster did this. I can't believe Fodmaster did this. Is it self-advertisement against TOS? Probably. Probably. What the f... Wait, did you guys... That's not self-advertisement? Hey, Hey, aren't you guys like a package already? Isn't there like some sort of law that you've been living together for like 300 years, you guys are like the same person now? Hey Fob, I'll reach out to you with my sponsored stream rates. Hey, don't worry. I'll advertise your girlfriend's products too. Yeah, I'll advertise her products as well. Yeah, just make sure you got some good rates. Shut your ass and fly to China. Bro, I'm not invited. You want I'm not invited. I'm not invited cuz I'm too mean to Hoyoverse games. I gotta be a good boy like you. I gotta be a good boy like you and only talk shit on streams. And never actually upload any videos. But then my life would be boring. And my YouTube channel, Fob, would look like yours. So unfortunately, I don't get to go. I don't get to go because I talk too much shit about Hoyoverse games. So you're telling me shit talking is only valid on YouTube? Yeah, sort of. Yeah. Hey, Fob, who cares if you're putting your spicy opinions on stream? Make a video on it, pussy. No, I'm serious. Don't do that. It's dangerous. But yeah, I mean, it's just nobody is going to catch your entire stream, right? Nobody's going to catch your entire stream and see you talking all that shit. But if it's in a video, then that's different. It's different if it's a video. My streams get more views than my YouTube videos. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how that works, isn't it? It's kind of crazy how it works. I feel like your YouTube game is like needs some work. We should do like the Fusion Ha with our channel, right? I'll get the Twitch CCV, you get my YouTube views. We'll just trade. We'll just trade expertise. So, I'll show up to my next stream and my hair will also look like a penis. And I think that's the secret code that we need to crack. Yeah, that's the secret. Thank God, at least your forehead will be covered a bit. Fob? Next time you're live, Fob, can you do this next time you're live? Can you do a little bit of this next time you're live, buddy? I just want to see what's going on up here. I just kind of want to see what's going on up here. Yeah, just do this real fast. Yeah, I'm slightly curious what you got going on up there. What do you got? What do you got, Bucko? Wait, where did my hair tie just... Oh, it's here. The hand is hilarious. OMG, it's Korean Jesus. We should watch 22 Jump Street together, Fob. All right. When are you leaving for Kurofest? When can America finally like loosen some of the security around California? Like when can the CIA agents come home? When's that happening? Two weeks? I don't remember. All right. Well, I hope that the government agency that's watching you loves their well-earned break. You should do this more often. All right. Another fun day with Fobbert. Another fun day with Fobbert. Woohoo! Woohoo! Alrighty. I need to get a fucking video uploaded, boys. I kind of fucked up. Okay. One second. Yeah, that moose video was kind of tilting, bro. I thought it was going to be a lot better. That was a little tilting. I thought it was going to be better. When are you and Fob getting married? Fob would have to break up with his girlfriend for that to happen. But then Fob would be homeless afterwards. So I think he's just... I don't think that's ever going to happen. That would be unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think that's ever gonna work out. He's gotta have a roof over his head.
The fuck out of this shit, bro. Like, all right.
Was this the rant?
It was good.
Was this the rant that you guys wanted me to see about Tectone and the Woo-Wah 2.5 story? Is there even anything in here?
But Jesus Christ. Like, it's not that good. It's really not.
And this is the thing, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with what he's saying over here. I don't think that there's anything wrong with what Tectone is saying over here. I don't think it was like God's gift to Gacha stories, but it is one of the best Gacha stories we've had in a while. I think most people can agree on that. I think the take is that, hey, the only critique I can see in here is that bro wasn't paying attention. That's it, brother. It was, bro wasn't paying attention, and they just wanted him to pay as much attention to this story as he did for the Limbus stories. But he didn't read none of the comments. And then kind of like started low-key making shit up about the criticisms. And I'm not talking about Tectone, I'm talking about Jenna here. Tectone already said, yeah, he wasn't paying attention very much. And then he rewatched it later and he liked it more.
Nod 2.5 is the greatest story ever told. Let me look up someone's reaction.
Oh, you said you wanted to do the echo thing? Oh, true.
Maybe we can find other people's reactions to this.
Let's check this out real fast though.
Let me see if I can find a good reaction to like the 2.5 story or something. All right. Is there any good ones? It was the best for Gacha, but it's not like Witcher level. The best for Gacha? You think in general it was the best for Gacha? I mean, like, is good. You really think it's like the best one ever? Really? Is there like a new like? Let me look up Phrolova. Like, it's getting kind of cringe, man. She's broke. They are officially fucked. Great.
Welcome back to...
This story is now encroaching into my stream. Is everybody just turbo glazing the fuck out of this story? Is this all the content we have? Like, I'm confused. Like, yes, that's it. That's like... No. It's not that people think that it's great. It's people are saying like this like changed people's lives. It's like, guys, we all know Phrolova's gonna come back. You know what I mean? Like, she's gonna come back.
Wait, where are the people saying it changed their life?
Like, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, this is like...
I feel like the take kind of just is, this is the best story we've seen in Gacha across basically the entire year. There might have been something better in 2024, but nobody remembers it. But this is definitely the best story we've seen in the past 6 or 7 months.
Like, guys, like, compared to other Gacha games, it was a good story. But, like, compared to, like, a real game or, like, an anime, like...
Oh, yeah, maybe Wuthering Waves 2.2 is a competition for it.
It gets shit on. Like, genuinely. It really does get shit on. It does. Holy shit, dude. Am I the problem here? The fact that you have to add Gacha when talking about how good it is already says something.
Am I the problem here?
That's what I'm saying. Like, all right, but like, let me go off the top of my head. I mean, like,
bro, why was it so funny?
I don't know. Like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Like, I played it and I rewatched it. Even Smack is glazing. Once again, it's fine to like it. Woo-wah Evolve Beyond Gacha game storytelling. Yeah, I mean, it did get better. It's pretty good. But it's like not that, like, it's not that great. Like, am I nuts? I think it's
You know what Techie reminds me of right now? You wanna know what Techie reminds me of right now? This is like me saying ZZZ 2.0's anniversary is like not actually that good. Except in this scenario, I was like, I said that before the patch came out, and then the patch was like actually one of the worst the game has ever had. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like it's kind of like the ZZZ 2.0 scenario. Is that I said it before the patch came out, and so there was like plausible room for people to say I was wrong, even though I was right. This is being said after the 2.5 update has been played by everybody. And the story has been played by everybody. So it's kind of like, I guess, like, there's not as much of, like, a room for interpretation here. Which is kind of like the different part.
because Phrolova stood on business. He's the only main villain of the Big Four that didn't just become a good guy. All right. I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know.
Okay, why is everyone saying that he got
Maybe I've just been playing too many games out.
Why is everyone saying he got gaslit by Jenna? Is he not talking about his own personal story experience here, or is he mainly talking about it from like the Jenna perspective, where he said he was like getting attacked and stuff, but it was just like his own viewers? He is. You guys are all saying he's getting gaslit. You guys are all saying he got gaslit. No, he's talking about his own opinion. Didn't he skip a lot of the story? He said he rewatched it. He said he rewatched it on he said he rewatched it like a second time. And then he gave it like a 9.
Side of the Gacha space. Jenna said, okay, I changed it now. It's 10 out of 10. Based. Yo, Jenna, based. Holy based, bro. Holy based. I don't know. Maybe I'm just playing too many other games right now because I've been playing a lot of games off stream. It's because she died in 2.5, but Phrolova didn't even die. Like, she's gonna be back. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, Jesus. I don't know. This is like,
I think the rewatch part was a lie. Potentially true.
Making me feel weird.
Potentially true.
I don't know. Like, okay, out of curiosity, like, how many of you guys would rate this quest like a 10 out of 10? Are my standards too high? Hey, bro, you ever going back to OTK? I don't really think OTK's doing anything anymore, man. You know what I mean? Their whole thing was doing this whole big thing on Kick and getting this mansion, and now that mansion's being refunded, right? And then, their biggest thing was a RuneScape event. Like, okay, now, out of curiosity, for all you guys giving it like a 9 out of 10, an 8 out of 10, a 10 out of 10, are you comparing that to, like, actual games as well, or no? And, like, anime? Like, are you guys... Or, like, is that, like, just gacha games? I don't know, I just enjoyed you being an admin in Emmy streams. I mean, that'll probably still happen. Teggy, please stop talking about that gacha weep shit us normal viewers are going to leave. I mean, yeah. It legitimately seems like this is, like, a competitive cocksucking competition. Choking up, like I'll get, like, tight in my throat.
Where does... Okay, I'm kind of tired of this by now. Y'all, somebody here said Techie mentions my name. Somebody said that Techie mentions my name here. So, like, when does he say my name? I'm kind of not interested anymore. It's kind of boring. I feel like I've just gone around in, like, 17,000 different circles. Is there, like, a timestamp that I can just jump to hear anything at all? He did, but I don't remember where. I forgot the timestamp. Yeah, that you're taking over for him. He asked if the CC group, if you should take over for him uniting the Gacha CCs, but everyone said fuck no. Okay, there were like 2 people that said fuck no. And there were like 2 people that said it. And one of them is 18 years old. So, yeah. Yeah, I said fuck no. Yeah, and I was like, yeah, this is Itoma saying it. And I was like, when Tectone started content creation, Itoma was literally in the 7th grade. Is this I'm not sure if this guy might be too young to talk to have the most formulated opinion about this. Yeah, it's like when Tectone started content creation, Itoma was like 11, brother. Like literally 11. I don't know about that, man. He was like playing, he was like fucking sucking off ring pops, bro. Off the playground bench. Yeah, it is what it is, bro. I mean, the thing is just, I think that Techie is kind of a little bit detached. He's definitely gotten a lot more detached over the past couple of months. He got a lot more detached over the past couple of months. I think he has like a different perspective about things. I think that in this circumstance over here, when it comes like to the whole Woo-Wah situation and like the Woo-Wah story, all of that, I genuinely do think it's a nothing burger. I think that it was a series of events that was started by this whole situation over here, right? Where you see Jenna overreacting, calling like basically indicting the Kuro bot, the entire Woo-Wah community at large, saying he's not going to read comments, saying that they're worthless, waste of air, whatever. And then you look at the comments that he's getting, and it's literally just people on his own viewers telling him, we just wished you paid more attention, like you did with other gacha game stories. It seems like you just phoned it in here, bro. And then he's equated that sort of commentary into him getting attacked by the toxic positive part of the community. And obviously, right, that was the story that was represented to Tectone over here. And with no comments being read, no narrative actually explored besides the one that Jenna is representing when he's kind of just saying misinformation here. It's like, okay, the pieces aren't adding up, and now we've almost sort of like created this narrative that there are evil Kurobots being toxic positive and like causing issues in the community and like forcing CCs to overreact. Otherwise, they're going to get attacked and torn down. When the only person getting attacked here is Jenna getting attacked by his own community because he phoned it in during this quest. And then he constantly quotes the line of, people said I had no idea what happened during the quest, but that's because he literally said himself he was confused about what happened during the quest. And so he was like getting mad at everybody for saying something in his comment section that he literally said in his own video. And the thing is, I don't think that it's particularly healthy to be this soft about, honestly, some pretty okay critiques. Like, just because we're getting critiqued, just because somebody said they didn't like what we were doing, doesn't mean that we have to, like, activate full defensive mode. Visors on. I'm not seeing anything anymore. Like you can read criticism, and it can actually be helpful. And just because somebody's not saying something that we want to hear, that doesn't mean we should just turn the blinders on and then pretend it's not there, and then say that people are just being irrational and useless and worthless because we don't want to read critiques that are being said to us. That's just what it is. I think at this point, like, again, this is like a huge nothing burger that's managed to explode because somebody doesn't handle critiques well. That's kind of what it feels like. Yeah, somebody doesn't handle critiques particularly well, and they kind of crashed out. Because, guys, when we covered this earlier, I was trying. I was trying to find a reason. For that reaction. Because that's a pretty... The one that we saw over here was a pretty crazy one.
They're retarded. I haven't even looked at the comments. The dumbest humans in existence always comment.
It's a pretty big one, so I just want to make sure if there's a rhyme to that reason. All right. Sounds good. Let's pop open the game for a little bit. We might have a quick video to make on some echo merging settings. Hopefully somebody has good ones that they want me to share, because I don't know how to actually use that shit. But we'll just make an educational video anyways, because why the fuck not? All right. Give me one momento. Oh, I think there was also supposed to be an S6 Phrolova showcase. Does somebody have one, like an S6 R5 Phrolova? Yeah, we might take a look at that one too. Yeah, I think Kleiner said he had one. I was wondering, though, is there potentially a better one? Kleiner, is your entire team S6R5? Yeah, I want to see if it's like S6R5 Rosia, S6R5 Cantarella, or S6R5 Phrolova. That'd be kind of wild. All right. BRB. I am fucking destroying my waters today. Yeah, my bladder is fucking ruined. I don't know what happened. Let's get going. Let's check out this feature. Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. Let's check this shit out for 1 second over here. Auto discard settings, empty plans. Rarity all. So is this going to auto lock things? This will auto lock all of these. One cost HP. Oh, one cost attack. Cost 3 healing. Havoc damage, spectral damage, arrow. Not gonna lie, that's pretty good. Okay, there are a couple of things, though, that I think you definitely need to keep track of. Okay, I got it. I got it. Let me just clear all of these. Let me clear all of these now that I've seen what's going on. Oh, that's a little annoying that I gotta manually go in and clear all of them now that I've shown them off. Oh, that's a little annoying. Ah, shit. Alrighty. Okay, I see what's going on here. There'll be a couple more that some people will definitely want. Let me just turn off the music because it doesn't show up there either. Get me out! Alrighty, let's get on into this vid. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, with the release of version 2.5, there's been a lot of great new features added to Wuthering Waves, a lot of quality of life, but one of the most misunderstood ones that I feel like a lot of people aren't really sure how to use is the new Echo Management feature that has been introduced in version 2.5. And the way that you're going to get this one set up and running is actually quite simple. You only have to click a couple of buttons, but there are some tips and tricks that I have for you along with it. So to access it, you'll go over to your databank over here after clicking the escape menu. Go on into that, and then get into your Echo Merge menu. And this is actually where it's all going to begin. You're going to see over here you have a new button called Echo Management along with Batch Merge, and you'll click this bad boy instead. And so when you log in, you'll notice, damn, there's a lot of different plans in here. This looks a little bit confusing. I go into like edit, and now there's like all of like these extra configurations like Sonata sets and stuff like that. Ooh, this is kind of a lot. But the thing is, Kuro Games has made it extremely easy for you to get this up and running for about 99.95% of players. And all you need to do is click suggestion. And this is going to give you a bit of a warning sign showing you that all of your existing setups are going to be removed. Don't worry, though. This is, if you haven't done any work yet, you want to actually do this. Because what this will do is actually start breaking down a bunch of different plans that should actually be good for all players. It's going to give you a list of about 11 plans that will auto-lock specific echoes of these different types when they drop. And this is kind of how it works, right? First, it checks to see what the rarity is. 5-star makes sense. It checks to see what the cost level is. Also makes sense. And then it proceeds to list out all of the different Sonata sets, which you can edit this as well and choose which ones you want to keep and save, to actually save from the list. And the attributes, the main stats that will be locked here across all of these different 4-cost 5-star echoes across just these sets are crit rate and critical damage, which makes a lot of sense, right? These are all DPS-oriented sets, and you want crit rate or damage for pretty much all of these in the 4 slot. Then you have another one that's focused on healing. This is what I meant by you don't actually need to go in and do too many adjustments over here, because you have one for all the crit 4 costs, you have one for the healing bonus 4 costs on Rejuvenating Glow, then you got one for Glacio damage for like Freezing Frost, and so on and so forth, right? The devs have made sure to actually look in and see all of the different sets, right, that are a specific attribute bonus, like Flaming Clawprint being for fusion characters, Celestial Light and Eternal Radiance for the Spectre ones, And then, of course, right, Dreams of the Lost, along with the 2 new Havoc sets, were the 3 costs on Havoc damage. But there are some differentiations over here that you should make just in case, right? And the first one that I'm going to talk about over here is 3 costs. So to create this setup and to really fill out the suggestions list fully, this is what I recommend. You go to 5-star Echoes, you go to cost 3, and then you add in a bunch of potential Sonata sets, right? That are for DPS characters where an attack 3 cost is still usable. I'll throw in the sub DPS ones as well, right? You see things like Empyrean Anthem, Eternal Radiance, blah, 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 Tide-Breaking Courage. Maybe not that one. And then when I do that, this is going to ensure that all 3 cost Echoes with an attack main stat will be locked. And that's a new plan that I can activate, right? That's a new plan that I can activate, and we'll call it cost 3 attack. Now, one thing, right, that you might notice is that you also will have to click auto lock by plan to actually ensure that all the Echoes that are coming in will be auto locked by these specifications. Everything else, I assume, is not going to be locked, and that's going to make the actual batch merging process a lot more simple for you as a player. However, there are a couple more that are missing from here, not just the 3 cost attack. And this one is going to be 5-star, cost 3 for Brant. And you're going to want to make sure that this one includes ER and a fusion damage bonus. And we'll call this Brant 3 costs. And throw that in there. And that's going to ensure that whenever I'm farming for Brant on his set, that I actually have every single thing that I need, and these are going to get auto-locked too. So I would say that Kuro Games at a baseline, right, did a pretty great job putting all of this stuff together, but there are going to be some slight differentiations and some things to keep in mind, right, just for building in the future. Another one that people might find helpful is going to be 5-star, cost 1. And they're actually going to put in Moonlit Clouds. And the attribute is going to be defense. This is for the scenario that you actually will want maybe like a Yan Wu or Tao Chi Moonlit. Yan Wu, Tao Chi, 1 cost. And now that one is going to be active too. Now, taking a look at this list, are there any big ones that I've missed, chat? Are there any big ones that don't make a ton of sense that maybe we should be bringing forward? Because I feel like this whole 3 cost attack thing, this should be perfectly fine. But 1 cost HP, Windward Pilgrimage is on there. Don't worry about it. Ooh, I know something about this one. If you look at the 1 cost attack, you'll realize that Windward Pilgrimage isn't actually on here. Cartithia's set. And so you're probably going to want to make sure that you actually do put this in, just in case you have a set by Arrow Rover, right? That's going to be really helpful. And you'll also want to make sure in this 1 cost attack, put in Empyrean Anthem and Tie-Breaking Courage, and honestly, probably all of these, if we're frankly being honest. I'm pretty sure you want attack 1 cost on Moonlit. You're going to want them on Moonlit Clouds as well. You want it on Empyrean Anthem and on Windward Pilgrimage just for your Arrow Rover in the future. So I think that, yeah, all of them right now look like pretty viable picks. The only one maybe that's not the case is Rejuvenating Glow. It's kind of ironic that the 1 cost is showing up over there. But hey, Verena needs a little bit of love too. So yeah, I think this one is looking. I think this one is looking a little bit more solid now. Now let's start checking in and seeing some of the other situations that are breaking down. We got Havoc damage. We got Spectro, Arrow. I would give the recommendation, go ahead and edit these and put in Moonlit Clouds and Empyrean Anthem too. across all of the attribute damage 3 costs. Because chances are, these are 2 very, very, very flexible sets, which, you know, work off a coordinated attack or bumping, or coordinated attacks or buffing the next incoming character. And so they're perfect for sub DPS ones too. I can already think of like a Mortifi who's really going to like that you're doing this. And for this, hell, this is for a Yinlin, right? Putting in the Empyrean Anthem in the Moonlit Clouds. And then for this bad boy, naturally, right? Moonlit Clouds and Empyrean Anthem as well, even though I know there's no arrow coordinated attacks. But we're future-proofing ourselves for any new releases. And this is going to make it so that when the new release does come out, maybe one that does spectral coordinated attacks, you're going to have everything you actually need. So, again, what Kuro's given us as a baseline is great. But these are just some additional ways to ensure that, well, you're getting the most possible out of, you're getting the most possible here. All right, and then the main for ER, I would say ER is the only one you really need on the ER is the only one you really need on the healing set. And we've already got Brant covered over here for Tidebreaking Courage. And we've got the only defense scaling characters in the game covered over here for Moonlit Clouds. I would say at a baseline, this new feature is really great. It's really good. The last thing I want to check is if it actually will retroactively go in. It doesn't appear that it goes in and retroactively locks or unlocks things for you. I would say that's the last part of the feature that I feel like Kuro Games should put in. Have some sort of button that will take this plan. Oh, you can do it over here? Select all. And that will just apply all of the plans to my inventory. It doesn't seem like it's working. It doesn't seem like it's working. I'm still getting I shouldn't be able to select this attack. Oh, it's only one plan at a time. So I gotta go in, click backpack, select all, lock, and then I gotta go like this, select all, and then lock, and then I gotta go like this, select all, and then lock. Okay. This is kind of a pain in the ass. If they had like a one button press to do all of this, I think that would be a lot better, if I'm frankly being honest. It does all the sorting for you and everything, which is like cool. But like, surely there's some way to activate all of the filters at once. I think that this is the last part of the loadout feature that's like a little bit clunky. And you only have to do it one time. But there should be like a one button press, especially with how many plans there are, even from the auto-suggested one. And I should be able to just lock all of these, right? It's like, come on, what are we doing here, man? What are we what are we doing here with this one? So we'll go throughout this process. Just know, yeah, it's a little bit clunky. But my Echo inventory is almost at full, and this is going to make the process a lot smoother. So we do a little bit of that, getting all that going. Looking very good. And now, when we start batch merging, hypothetically, we should only be getting like dog shit pieces, and that's what it looks like. It looks like only bad pieces that I would never use, HP lingering tunes, all of that, defense, HP on sets that I don't want them on. It looks like that's the only thing that's available. And so now, I can just click select all, and just go. I can just go, and it's gonna start auto-locking the new echoes that are coming out based off of the stats that are going in. And I can just keep batch merging. I'm gonna do not show again this wording. And I'm just gonna go again and again and again. Would you look at that? More 3 costs, all that goodness. And honestly, because I just got a bunch of echoes that are on the new set. I just got a bunch of echoes, right, that were on the new set over here that you can only farm from Nightmare Purification. I'm going to check and see and just make sure that all of those echoes, in case I want to use modifiers in case I want to use modifiers, right, to turn all those Dreams of the Lost pieces into, right, take like this fusion one over here and turn it into havoc damage, I'm going to add another filter to make that process easier for me, right? I'm just going to go into Echo Management. I'm going to add a new plan, auto-lock by it, edit it, make it so that it's 5 stars, make it so that it's all of the costs, and it's just this Sonata set, right? I'm just going to save it. And now, every single Dream of the Lost Echo, right? And they go to my backpack, it's now going to be locked, regardless of what its attribute is, so I can save these for modifiers later. And that way I can ensure that my Phrolova is the fastest built possible without actually, you know, getting rid of too many pieces. So that I'm just going to call this one Phrolova set. Put that bad boy in there, and we're all good to go. And I'm not going to be throwing away any very valuable Dream of the Lost pieces. I'm only going to be throwing away the trash that I don't need. Awesome. Awesome, right? And I'm not going to lie here, ladies and gentlemen. This might be, once it's set up, right? This might be one of the best features in the game. I can do this all day. I can do this all day, ladies and gentlemen. I might do this all day until my inventory is 0. Demo auto discard? I don't even think there's a point in discarding, to be honest. Just lock what you know you'll need. Don't even worry about the discard settings. It's one or the other. Honestly, discard is kind of an unnecessary feature. When you can just lock the ones that you know you're going to want. What's the point of marking things for discard? Anything that's not locked is a discard. Right? Isn't that fair to say? And you can see over here, I had an Echo inventory of about 3,000. And this has made the merging process to ensure that I only have good Echoes that I want. One of the most seamless ones ever. If anything, now I want them to increase the batch merge to like maybe 200, 300, 100 at this point. Hey, now that they made it so much easier to actually put in what's supposed to be in there, what's supposed to be in here, hey, it could go higher. It could go higher. So yeah, we're just batch merging our entire inventory. And we have made the process for our farming, the process for our character optimization, so much easier. Yeah, that'll be it for the demo. Hopefully you've seen just how seamless the merging system actually is. Some people might want to go ahead and like save their Echoes for when a new set comes out, much like how we're doing it for the new Phrolova set. Feel free to do what you want. One gets you your units built faster. The other one is like helping speed up you building units in the future. It is what it is at the end of the day. You decide how you want to optimize your resources. When it comes to Echoes, they're literally infinitely grindable. So I don't think it matters too much what you want to do with them anyways. But yeah, that'll be our overview. That'll be like a live demonstration of how this new Echo merge feature or this new Echo sorting feature can be super helpful to those that are starting out the game, but also perhaps even more helpful to those that have a lot of playtime in this game. I gotta say, it's one of the best quality of life updates in conjunction with like the modifiers and the new set and everything that the company has come up with, and it does help lessen the sting of how absolutely disgusting the new Nightmare Purification mechanic is, because through this, tenured players should have a much easier time farming for Phrolova if they know what to do. So yeah, hopefully this overview was helpful. Hopefully it's given you all some tips and tricks, and we will potentially follow up on this in the future for some new plans, for some new sets, for some new characters, as more and more sonatas and unique combinations are released. So yeah, let me know what you all thought about this one, ladies and gents. Peace. Yeah, that was surprisingly helpful. That was actually surprisingly helpful. Yeah, and it's a quick vid as well. We learned some things on the spot. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Alrighty. Alrighty. Cool. Did you see what Federico Echo gave when he cooked in the main slot? Yeah, arrow and heavy attack damage. Yeah, don't worry. If you didn't see the list, our video on YouTube going over it will show all of the buttons that I pressed. It doesn't work for old echoes. We cover how to do it for all of your existing echoes in the video as well. Yeah, there are some parts of it that are a little bit clunky, but the clunky part you only got to do one time. So it's not a huge deal, but you know, it is what it is. Hey, my bad for trash talking earlier. Didn't know what was going on or that you were friends. Yeah, from an outsider looking in, might assume that Fob is a demon. It's okay though. He's a pretty okay guy. Nice job, Chatter. Nice job, Chatter. I'm sure Fob is going to be really happy to see that you said that. Yeah, Fob will be really happy to see that you said that. Now he's not going to cry himself to sleep tonight. Thinking about your commentary. I'm joking. I'm joking. Wait, Kleider, you have an S6 for Lova, but not Rosia? Brother, I don't know if I can I don't know if I can play the team. I gotta have an S6 for Lova on her best in slot team, Kleiner. What is this? I'm gonna be using an S6 for Lova and not have her best team? Brother, I don't know if I can do that. That's rough. That is rough, man. That's a little bit rough. What am I to do with that? What am I to do with that, man?
Understood. I am here to serve your will.
SK performs the same. I just want her to be in her best in slot team if she's gonna be S6. I just want her to be in her best in slot team, brother. What are we to do? What are we to do, brother? The way you acted about Rosia, did you expect any mod to pull her? Well, I mean, she is possibly one of the most useless units in the game, so I'm not blaming anybody for not having her. But I will sort of blame somebody for having an S6 unit, but then not the unit's best team. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of just view it as, well, if you're going to go to 6 dupes anyway, surely you can spare one to get this S6 character's best one of this S6 character's best teammates. You know what I mean? It's like the job's not done yet. The job is like not done yet. Well, doesn't this mean waifu over meta is true? I think one person's S6 unit doesn't necessarily mean waifu versus meta is now true. Yeah, that's one person's S6 unit, right? Just make it work. Yeah, let me just do that, bro. More like wallet over meta. All right, buddy boy. Let's see what we got from Echo Merges. I'm wondering if we have any more dream... Brother! Brother, would you look at that? Brother, would you look at that? Hey, we got a Faye Ignis on the new set. Hello. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hello. 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 That's a winner's win moment right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's a winner's win moment right there. If you don't have it, you won't like it. This is an emotion we can call jealousy, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, this might be one of the best built Phrolovas in... I might actually have one of the top Phrolovas on the server. I might have one of the top Phrolovas on the server. I don't think it gets much better than that, ladies and gentlemen. She actually just straight up has 98% crit ratio. Her unbuffed crit ratio is 98%. Literally, using Shorekeeper with her is a DPS loss. And guys, she's already on field, so her passive bonus is applying. That's why she's at 97.8. Woo-wee! Oh, buddy! Okay, alright. Perfect. Well, she's basically good to go. I don't think she's gonna get much better than this. How much resident skill damage do we have? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. 27.4 is pretty good. It's not bad. Actually, quite respectable, to be honest. Sub 300% CD. Guys, I don't think 300% CD is possible on this unit. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even think you can get 300% CD. I'm looking at my rolls, and they're like all pretty above average, if not average, and I'm still missing 30% critical damage. I think even if I add up the differences, it's not even possible. You would need a 21% on every piece, and that would be like 6.2 here, or sorry, 7.2 here. That would be like 2.4 here. I'm at like 11% more. That would be 6 here. That's 17. 6 here. 23. And then 6 here. That would be like 29%. Okay, so if you're at a 21% on every piece, you might be exactly at 300%. You might be at exactly 300% with a 21 on each piece. I don't know about that one, dog. I'm going to be real with you. I don't know about that one. Yeah. Could you try her in TOA? Yeah, we can give her a try real fast. The thing is, I don't think our like performance is going to be that much crazy different. I didn't think she would be like this fucking profound. Like, I didn't think she was gonna be, like, this fucking ready to go, bro. That... Yeah, getting that one piece was crazy. She gets a CD buff with rotations. I am well aware. Yeah, her first rotation is, like, uncharacteristically bad. Oh, bro. How did she not end up fucking... Bro, that parry on the sentry is like some actual disease shit.
Cadence, hold. Symphony of life. Witness blossoms in wind.
Age is getting to you? No, I'm popping off right here, brother.
The world is our stage.
keep company. Okay? Sink into the
Boom!
endless deep. Reprise plainly.
Ensemble. Ictus, ready. Preparatory beats, begin. Symphony of life. Chant.
That
Songs
kind of did
old.
some burst damage right there, brother.
Aerial feet. Tempest show. Mamma mia. Avanti. The world is our stage.
Yeah, that seemed pretty good at max build. That seemed pretty good at max build. Yeah. Yeah, not bad. But the thing is that, well, I don't seem to have as much of a benefit because I get this one done in 2 rotations. Not even 2. I get this done in like 1 1/4 of a rotation. So this is actually the type of content where I wish the buff wasn't as good. I wish the buff was actually way worse so that I could actually do a second rotation. Right now, I don't even think I can do a second rotation. Unless my characters are just straight up less built. That's what it seems like. Proof that Rosia is not needed. Well, if I'm going to be showing off the, what's it called? The S16, I kind of want the Rosia. But if we don't have that as an option, then yeah, we'll hop on Kleiners. But we might do that. We might do that tomorrow. Because right now, I need to, like, coordinate with a sponsor, and I might be dropping a sponsored vid soon. So we might just, I might have to go, like, figure that stuff out, just based off of timing. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be that for today. We did get started a little bit late today, unfortunately, but I think we got, we kind of got set up on some fun stuff. Underworking, guys, guys, this has been a wonderful stream. What are you guys even talking about? I just got your Girls Frontline 2 vid as an ad yesterday. Yeah, I know. That shit has like it has like 400,000 views right now. Yeah, cuz the GFL2 team wanted to use it as like a literal ad for the game. So that's something that happened. Yeah. And, well, I guess a lot of people liked it because they clicked on it to see more. Yeah, they clicked on it to see more. I was like, yeah, you got, you capital G gooners. Oh, look at you guys. All right, anyways, I will be going ahead and I'm going to drop you guys off at, I think we'll do Ethan today. Yeah, I'll drop you guys off over there, and then I'll see all of you tomorrow. Remember, guys, it's a weekend, so if you're mad at me, well, I need time as well. Motherfuckers. Don't worry, we'll be back for a full work day tomorrow. Scamming us for no variety in the title like Fob? This was plenty of variety. Relax, buckos. All right, I'll see y'all later. Peace.